Good evening, College Park. It is Tuesday, 7:30 p.m., October 7, 2025. I'm calling to the order of the regular meeting of College Park City Council, College Park, Maryland. We'll begin the meeting with a moment of silent meditation, followed by Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, this will be led by Councilman Jacob Hernandez, but I don't think he has joined us, so hopefully, Dr. Esters, we need your help. All right. In your meditation, please remember those of our community members who have been impacted by the recent federal shutdown, and there are many of them. They have been without pay for about a week now, and many of them live from paycheck to paycheck, and many of them are struggling. So please remember them. Anyone else wants to speak?
Yes, thank you. I'd also like us to remember in our thoughts and prayers the hostages, and that they would be released, and for comfort for families who have lost loved ones, and pray for peace. And I'd also like to ask for prayers and thoughts to go for people and families that are fighting mental illness. Pray that they get the help that they need, that their families are supported, and that they have victories every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pray for the peace. Anyone else? Seeing none, please join me in a moment of silent meditation. Councilmember Alan Hugh, could you please do the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Be seated. We'll do the roll call, starting with Councilmember Hugh.
Present.
Dr. Esters.
Here.
Councilmember Whitney.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Mackey.
Present.
Councilmember Ranker.
Here.
And Councilmember Rigg.
Present.
I see Councilmember Jacob Hernandez has just joined, so let us recognize him. We'll do the announcement in the same order, starting with Councilmember Hernandez. I see you. Please unmute yourself. Councilmember Hernandez, you are muted. Thank you for joining. We'll come back to you. Let's do Councilmember Hugh.
I'll have to pass it this moment.
Dr. Esters?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up on your comments about recognition of federal workers who have been impacted by the recent shutdown, and let residents know that there's information on our website that refers to resources that individuals can use. So I encourage you to take a look at those resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Very useful. Councilmember Whitney.
Yes, I wanted to announce that this week's Lakeland Civic Association meeting is a day earlier. It is than it's usual. It is on Wednesday this week at 7 p.m. and it will be a strictly virtual meeting. Also, there will be a home football game on campus this Saturday at 3:30 p.m. versus Nebraska. Go Terps!
Go Terps! Let's go. Party. Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
I'm not a Terp, but go Terps. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Employ Prince George's is was hiring for a pathway career consultant, and I'll pass information along to our city clerk for anyone who may be interested. There is also, in honor of National Disability Month, Prince George's County will host a National Disability Employment and Resource Job Fair that will be held on October 16th from 10:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Laurel Multi-Service Center at 204 Fort Meade Road in Laurel, Maryland. Also, if anyone who has a four-legged furry friend who is in need of pet food, Prince George's County is also giving away free pet food for anyone who resides in the county. And last but not least, I also echo the comments of my colleagues that we continue to keep our federal workers who have just had been furloughed in our thoughts, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude to you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mackey?
Yes, I just wanted to encourage people to sign up for Good Neighbor Day. It's just a few weeks away. There's lots of opportunities. If you like crocheting, we have a crocheting time. We also have a lot of cleanups and planting, so there's a lot to do. And just come out and work as much as you can, and when you're done, you're done. So I just wanted to encourage people to do that. And also, one of the things that we are doing with Good Neighbor Day, which is so appropriate now with this federal time that we're having, is a food gathering. So there will be boxes. There's a box here in City Hall. There's a box at Davis Hall. There's a box at the College Park Fire Department. And actually, if you go to the Good Neighbor Day website, they have little stickers where the different boxes are. So there are boxes at different worship centers, and if you'd like to have a box, like if you'd like to have a box at your worship center or at something, please let me know, and I'll see if I can get a box there for you. Lastly, I would like to just encourage the District 4 people that live in West College Park to come out to the kickoff meeting for the West College Park Civic Association at the College Park Woods Clubhouse from 7 to 8 on Sunday night. So we're looking forward to seeing a lot of people there. Getting the Civic Association is trying to get a restart, and so we're just very excited to have that in West College Park. Thank you very much.
Very exciting. I've been waiting for this day. Thank you. Thank you for Councilmember Mackey and Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell for your leadership and for resurrecting the Civic Association. I'm sure you helped. Councilmember Ranker.
The Yarrow Civic Association will be meeting this Saturday at 1 o'clock at the College Park Airport. And I know it'll come up later, but I'm looking forward to seeing folks at College Park Day.
Thank you. Councilman Rigg.
Thank you. I wanted, just for general awareness, to mention that the Civic Association Board in Calvert Hills had its annual elections and hasn't. All 3 of the 5 officers are new to the association board, including the president, Gavin Fox, vice president, Chris Ross, vice president, Grace Petty, and then the treasurer, Urs Weber, and the secretary, Nick Brennan, are staying on for yet another term. So my congratulations for the glorious victory of those Civic Association leaders.
Indeed.
And my deep appreciation for their service or continued service. I also wanted to note that I'm wearing purple in honor of a recent football game that I did not attend but watched on TV, and as a proud graduate of the University of Washington was...
Come on. Wait.
Your mic has been...
Bow down to the Huskies, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, let's go to our student liaison, Mr. Despirito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple updates. Over the past weeks, we've had the opportunity to meet with the District 4 delegation here. We met with Councilmember Mackey and Mayor Pro Tempore Mitchell and discussed their priorities on the council, a little bit of ours, and continuing our effort to get to know more of the mechanics of the city. I've been in contact with the CivGov director, the Student Government Association, to help finalize a date for the 2025 November 4th election candidate forum, which we were pleased to state for October 29th, Wednesday at 7 p.m., and we're going to be working this week with the Honors College to plan out more specifics, so very excited about that and working to market that out to the student body. I also would like to echo comments made about furloughed federal workers as well. I know a couple of students who are also impacted by this, and heart goes out to all community members who are dealing with this as a whole. And today as well, I met with the SGA Vice President and discussed priorities as well, and continued partnership with the SGA for our initiatives. But yeah, I'll turn it over to my deputy.
Thank you. Mr. Bujma?
Hi, everyone. I just have a few updates regarding our advisory council. So we're a little bit over a month into the semester, so we're finally closing our applications. We received a good amount of applications, and we're excited to send out our final round acceptances. And then aside from that, we have started assigning tasks to the members that we currently have on the advisory council. So they've been helping us out a lot with planning the candidate forum. For example, our policy committee created a large list of student orgs that we plan on inviting to come watch this forum. Our event planning committee is helping us with the logistics of how we're going to plan out this event. And then our media committee created us presentations that we can send to professors to help advertise the event. So it's been a very effective group so far, and really excited to see what more we can do with it.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Looks like it's quite a bit of progress you made. Appreciate that. Before we go to our city manager, Mr. Hernandez, sorry I missed it. Please go ahead with your announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies for joining virtually and having a hard time at the beginning. The North College Park Civic Association will be having their monthly meeting at 7:30 at Davis Hall. Please come and join residents and neighbors in order to talk a little bit about what's impacting our community. I didn't get a chance to join for the thoughts, but for all federal workers, if you're in this boat, know that many of us are, and it can be challenging. So just reach out to your neighbor, and I think, as Councilmember Mackey usually says, just try to be kind and visit with folks and use this time productively.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Our city manager's report. Mr. Young.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and residents of College Park. A couple of quick announcements for you today. The City of College Park will hold its general election for the offices of mayor and our 8 district council members. The election day will be Tuesday, November the 4th, here at City Hall in the community room, which is located at 7401 Baltimore Avenue. And this will take place from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Early voting will be Sunday, November 2nd at Davis Hall, which is located at 9217 51st Avenue. And the times for that are between 11 and 4 p.m. And the deadline to register to vote is Monday, October 20th, and you must be 16 by November the 4th. We also have our fall cleanup Saturdays coming up. We have our last one, which will be on October the 25th. It will be hosted at our Public Works facility. Residents can drop off bulky trash, recycling, brush, yard trim, and our DPW facility is located at 9217 51st Avenue. You also can have documents shredded on that day, so please bring proof of residency, and we will take care of that, and that will be from 8 a.m. To 12 p.m. If you need more information, you can always call our Department of Public Works at 240-487-3590. And we also have a couple of projects going on that we need to give some notice to our residents. For those that live in the 9700 block of Wichita Avenue near Magnum Road this week, our Washington Gas will have a crew out doing some resurfacing of the road. We've actually already placed the parking restrictions out there and posted, and those have been posted by the contractor. So we hope to get that complete this week, weather permitting. We also want to remind everyone that the College Park Senior Advisory Committee will have a game day at October 15th from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. at the College Park Woods Clubhouse at 3545 Marlboro Way. Then we also have our College Park Day Festival, which is our annual big event that we put on. Our College Park Day Festival is next Saturday, October the 18th, from 12 to 6 p.m. at the College Park Aviation Museum and Airport. We'll have 3 stages of live music and performances. We'll have a number of food and drink vendors, a number of handmade artist galleries that we will actually put together, I think, for the first time this year. And we'll have, obviously, a number of activities for both the youth and the adults in the area. So we look forward to having everybody out there. We also will have a helicopter and plane flyby like we normally do. Parking is available at the metro stations here at City Hall. And if you need more information, you can always check our website at www.collegeparkday.org. And lastly, but most probably importantly, I have the great pleasure of introducing the City of College Park to our new Director of Finance, Mr. Shannon Olive. And Shannon will serve as the Director of Finance. He will start with the city. Shannon served as the Chief Financial Officer for the City of Florence, Alabama, and also served as an IRS agent with the U.S. Department of Treasury. He's obtained his bachelor's degree in finance and economics and a master's degree in business administration from the University of North Alabama, along with a degree in accounting from Athens State University. And we can't be happier. Thank you, federal government, in this case. We were able to take great advantage and get someone on board that I have great confidence in, and we're very lucky to have him.
Welcome on board. Thank you. Any question? Dr. Esther.
Thank you. Mr. Young, you referenced that parking can be here at City Hall at the garage for College Park Day. Will there be a shuttle as there been in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mackey?
Yes, I just wanted to give a shout out to our staff for the residence guide, and I hope all residents got this. If you didn't, you can contact our clerk's office.
I think there's a
right?
stack at the bottom.
Yeah, and there's a stack
downstairs.
downstairs, but it's a plethora of information, and it's just a really good resource for everyone to have. Thank you.
Mr. Young, can you tell us why you're wearing purple?
Well, actually, pink. It's,
Pink.
It's actually
Sorry, my
for
colorblind.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Starting off, and actually we'll do a recognition, I believe, next meeting.
Thank you.
To kind of recognize that. I did have 2 other announcements real quick. I apologize, it's longer than normal. We also brought on 2 other personnel this week, so if you have a chance to meet them, Mr. Mark Anthony's started with our communications and design coordinator in communications and events, taking place for one of our people that we lost to park and planning. Pays quite considerably more than we do, but we're happy for her. And then we have Edwin Daniel, and Edwin is going to be serving as our public safety and emergency manager for the Department of Public Services. And as you all know, that's a new position for us.
Yeah.
And if you were at the public safety meeting
Last night,
hopefully some of you got a chance to meet him. And we're just excited about getting him on board and getting some things done in the city. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Young? Mr. Rigg.
I apologize with the just at the discretion and with the dispensation of my colleagues. I'd like one more quick announcement.
Please.
After more than 12, 15 years of work, the Calvary Hills Drainage Project is finally in the ground. The ground has been moved. So it means that the Calvary Community Park is unavailable and will be, at least the non-wooded part will be unusable for at least the next 8 to 10 months. But it's been, a major project that many of us have been working on to try to improve the flood conditions in that community. So anyway, wanted to make sure that you all had some awareness, because this body's been so helpful in helping advocate for that project over the years.
Thank you. I was at the park this afternoon. I saw all the pipes, concrete pipes gathered there. So, and thank you for your leadership, and thank you, Councilmember Eric Olson, for his help in getting this project through. Seeing none, let's do the acknowledgement. We believe we have 2 former elected officials in the room, former district District 2 Councilmember Bob Catlin and also former District 2 Councilmember Maxine Gross. Thank you for joining us. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Don't want to be in trouble. Seeing none, let's do the proclamations. We have 3 proclamations to make. The first one is about Indigenous Peoples Day, and it reads as follows. Whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations-sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. And whereas the indigenous peoples of the lands that would later become known as Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial. And whereas in the 1600s, European explorers coming to the New World encountered a great diversity of people living in this area that later would be named Maryland. And whereas most of this land was claimed by Algonquin tribes, although Iroquois, Piscataway, and Sioux tribes were also present. And whereas over the years, the importance of our indigenous people has been diluted, lost, or overlooked. And whereas the city values the many contributions of indigenous peoples that have shaped the character of our nation in the areas of labor, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and culture. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of College Park that the 13th day of October 2025 is recognized as Indigenous Peoples Day in the City of College Park, Maryland, proclaimed the 7th day of October 2025. Fazil Kabir Mayor, City of College Park. The second proclamation is about the Grants for Safe Schools Day, and it reads as follows. Whereas in the wake of Uvalde tragedy, parents asked lawmakers to do one thing, make their lives matter. And whereas lawmakers came together to pass the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, BSCA, providing billions of dollars in grants for school districts to afford security upgrades, mental health services, and other common sense programs to make schools safer. And whereas, because grant applications can take up to 100 hours and cost as much as $50,000 to hire a professional grant writer, applying for and winning federal grants is complex, expensive, and intimidating for school districts with limited resources and staff, unfairly disadvantaging them in the challenge of securing federal funding. And whereas the Green Lights Grant Initiatives focuses on raising awareness about school safety grants, offering school districts resources and tools for successful applications, and ensuring continuous and more equitable federal funding for school safety. And whereas the initiative supports school districts in navigating the grant application process through webinars, guidebooks, how-tos, tutorials, and other tools, and whereas the City of College Park leaders can best serve our community by connecting our school districts with the Green Lights Grant Initiative, connecting school districts to billions of dollars of available federal funding to promote school safety. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of College Park that 7th day of October 2025 is recognized as Grants for a Safe School Day, supporting the Green Lights Grant Initiative and the important work it undertakes to help every school district keep our students safe in the City of College Park, Maryland, proclaimed the 7th day of October 2025, Fazil Kabir Mayor, City of College Park. And the third and the final proclamation is in recognition of the 80th anniversary of the VFW Phillips Cleaner, post 5627. Whereas the Phillips Cleaner Post 5627 was organized and chartered as VFW Post in College Park, Maryland on October 13, 1945, with members who honorably served the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force. On September 29, 1967, the post was chartered as a VFW Perpetual Post. And whereas the mission of Phillips Cleaner, VFW Post 5627, is to promote fellowship among United States veterans for foreign wars, to promote programs dedicated to ensuring that all of our veterans and their families receive the benefits to which they are entitled, and to stand behind and proudly support those who have served our country with courage. And whereas the Phillips Cleaner Post is committed to community service and through its contributions supports the VFW Department of Maryland Commander's Special Project, the Military Order of Purple Heart, Wounded Warriors, the VFW National Home for Children, the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and the Children's Miracle Network. And whereas the Phillips Cleaner Post sponsors several community programs such as MIA POW, Flag Day, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, VFW Voice of Democracy, Patriots Pen, Buddy Poppy, Teachers, Police, Firemen, EMT of the Year, University of Maryland ROTC, and supports the efforts of the College Park Veterans Memorial Improvement Committee. Now therefore be it proclaimed that City Council of the City of College Park do hereby the VFW Cleaner Post 5627 on their 80th anniversary and extend the best wishes to the Mayor and Council, city staff, and residents for the anniversary celebration on October 11, 2025. Fazil Kabir, Mayor, City of College Park. With that, I would invite any amendments to an approval of the agenda. I believe there isn't one amendment. Dr. Esters?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. In light of the number of people who are here to hear the Restorative Justice Commission's report or presentation, I would like to ask that that presentation, or make a motion that that presentation be moved to the first presentation.
Second.
So item presentation number D will be presentation A and D will be stopped. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed and abstention? Any other
No, Mr.
amendment?
Mayor, with that being said, I move the agenda as amended.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? The agenda has been approved as amended. Now is the time for public comments on consent agenda or non-agenda items. You have 3 full minutes to speak on any items which are in consent or non-agenda. Mr. Catlin, please come forward to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor
for
Kabir,
the
members of the council. I'm Bob Catlin. I'm the co-president of the Berwyn District Civic Association. We have our monthly meeting at 5012 Berwyn Road Thursday next week. It's next to the trolley trail. We're going to have a candidates forum that will take up a good hour of the of our meeting time. So that's at 7:30 on Thursday the 16th. I'd like to also comment. I've been talking about the Washington Post and some other things that happened in the city's history, and I'd like to follow up today with a tangent on the Washington Post. I see the city has contracts to acquire some properties that have a very interesting history, and this history is really not related to the motions that might follow later tonight. Between 1910 and 1920, 4 houses were built in the 8800 block of Rhode Island Avenue. They were interesting because there was no street there. There was only a paper street. You had a paper street, then you had the trolley right-of-way, and then you had Rhode Island Avenue to the west of the trolley trail. Nevertheless, 4 houses were built here without a street. About 1980, the northernmost house was torn down, but you still had 2 houses below that, not on the street, that were very small, modest homes. In 1993, the city manager put $10,000 in the budget to investigate extending that road to those homes, but that money never got spent. Come along a few years later, in 1998, the Washington Post was buying and going to put up their property, their printing plant and distribution center just a little bit to the east of those properties. Apparently somebody from the Post decided that those properties were an eyesore. So without our knowledge, they bought the two properties and tore them down. So we had about 3/4 of an acre of vacant property that had no roads going to it. So very unusual. When the Post closed their plant in 2009, our Berwyn president, Kevin Young, who actually was a Washington Post employee, asked the Post to donate the property to the city for parkland. They didn't do that. They just held on to the property. Then in 2013, when the Post newspaper was sold to Jeff Bezos, the Graham family continued ownership of those properties. Again, we asked them if they could donate them to the city, but they did not do that, and they put them on the market and sold them. Perhaps not surprisingly, because the Post obviously, in building the plant at Berwyn, it ended up costing them many, many tens of millions of dollars of loss. So that's how the properties became 3/4 of an acre of undeveloped land in Berwyn. So it's really all due to the Washington Post. I never would have guessed 15 years later that I'd be talking about the Washington Post and their ownership of those parcels. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that history. Keep them coming. Thank you, Alice. All right, anyone else wants to speak? Mr. Dorsch, please come forward and state your name for the record if you're a resident of College Park.
Yeah, David Dorsch, resident for over half a century here in College Park. I've asked before, and I don't think anything has happened, and I'm going to ask again, that the house at 4704 Calvert Road that the city bought with a big plot of land next to it, that they sell the house, because we do not have a city government that's supposed to be in the house rental business. So they should sell that house, put that money into the coffers for the city, which is where my tax money goes as well. And not have to fool with the thing. They've been down there working on it now for about 4 or 5 months. One of these days, I hope they're going to be finished. But the city should really think very seriously about selling this piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Cordon, please come forward. Just state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Maria Cordodi, and I live in Yarrow. And I just wanted to come up here and tell you that for the past few months, Yarrow has been meeting to set up our board, and we now have a board. We were elected, and we have now a board, and we understand the ramifications and the compliments and everything that goes on in the community. So we're the Yarrow Civic Association, and I am the president, and Lisa Garrison Cohen is our treasurer. Casey Cantalese is our secretary, and Nicole Free is our member at large. I am very excited about this board, and I thank you, Councilman Ray, for talking about our meeting coming up. And I want to also thank Councilman Riggs for his service to the community and to our community. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you for sharing, and thank you for your leadership, and thank you all who have been serving to the community. All right, anyone else wants to speak? If you have joined online, please raise your virtual hand, and we will allow you to speak. Do not see. I'm so happy that so many of our community members have joined online tonight. Very happy. All right, seeing none, let's go and approve the consent agenda. We have 2 consent agenda items. Let me read them first, then I will entertain a motion. The first one is 25G102, which is about the approval of community services grant sponsoring for $2,000 for a walkathon fundraiser for the Holy Redeemer School Home and School Association, as recommended by the Mayor and Council Grants Subcommittee. And second and last one is 25G103, award of contract to Apple Ford under Baltimore County Contract Number 00004504 in the amount of $56,900.30 to purchase one 2026 Ford E-Transit T-350 low-roof special event van, subject to the approval of the city attorney.
I move to pass the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstention? The consent agenda has been approved. So the next item on the business is the presentation, and we'll be starting with the Restorative Justice Commission presentation. Who is going to take from the audience? Maxine Gross, come forward. Thank you for your service and thank you for your leadership.
All right.
And thank you all of the members of the Restorative Justice Commission for your hard work. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Hopefully. Thank you. I'm not used to mouse anymore. Good evening, Mayor Kabir and Council. I'm Maxine Gross, the chairperson of College Park's Restorative Justice Commission. And since 2020, I've had the privilege of being a part of a quest for repair for our community. Again, thank you, Mayor Kabir and Council, for your confidence in us and bringing forward this important work. We're particularly grateful to you, Council Members Whitney and Esters, for your consistent guidance and support. We hope that you'll continue with us in this endeavor beyond your time on the governing body. Presenting alongside of me this evening will be Karen Brown and Ruth Murphy, fellow members of the commission. And other commissioners, a few other commissioners are with us this evening as well. And we're grateful to have arrived at this milestone day. We also extend our thanks to former commission members, the members of the Restorative Justice Steering Committee, the African American Redress Network, our partners, the Braxton Institute, Lakeland Civic Association, Lakeland Community Heritage Project, First Baptist Church, and Embry AME Church, as well as all of our Lakeland community members. We also would like to thank and recognize our partners beyond the city, the folks at First Repair, Nikichi Taifa, and so many others within the work that are sharing the work of repair for various communities. All of this, in coming to this place, would not have been possible without all of their uplift, guidance, and perseverance. When you talk to people who experience Lakeland before urban renewal, they speak of a vibrant community, a place with caring people who work together to meet everyone's needs, a place where facilities, institutions, and services needed for everyday life were right at hand. That's what we saw. This is Lakeland Elementary School on the first day. This is an aerial view of the entrance of to Lakeland around 1970. Here's Navajo Street and Baltimore Avenue. And you may notice something here that you might not have been aware of. This is a trailer park that was right at the beginning of the neighborhood. The boundary of the urban renewal area was here. So while only a portion of that community was within the urban renewal district, this whole area was redeveloped about the same time. That was somewhat easier for this portion because that was, a single ownership and the residents were renters. But that gives you a little bit more of a comprehensive idea of the community as a whole. This is that area today. This is a graph showing the racial makeup of the population. Oftentimes when people start talking about repair, restorative justice, and the concept of reparations even, they think of a racial issue. And I think it's important for us to understand that it certainly in this instance goes beyond race. This was a low-income group of people who were displaced largely because of the struggles they had because of their income. So while I spoke about Lakeland as being a place where folks work together to meet their needs, I'll also say that there were other viewpoints and ways to look at the challenges that were faced by Lakeland. When a municipality was born in 1945, there were a few newspaper reports about what was happening here. The Baltimore Sun gave in an article information about an attorney that was representing the Lakeland community. And they quoted him as saying, "This section were among the low-income tax group, and incorporation would place additional tax burdens on them." The Greenbelt Cooperator said of the move, "Lakeland voted overwhelmingly against the merger, 173 against to 9 for, and it was rumored that certain persons had spread an impression throughout the colored community that the University of Maryland, under the incorporation, planned to take from Lakeland its lakefront property." Soon after incorporation, a survey of the new town concluded that Lakeland was a detriment to the municipality because property values were low, and that this negatively impacted the tax base. From then throughout the period of urban renewal, there were competing forces on how to address Lakeland's challenges. Ones which sought to build bridges and harness resources like community members banding together to make things work through organizations like the Civic Association and a group of Lakelanders who built their own building company, and organizations like the Boys Club and a consortium of religious communities called the Lakeland Committee. These forces were overshadowed by choices ultimately made by the city and others, which destroyed much of Lakeland and undermined its ability to thrive. So this map shows Lakeland prior to urban renewal. The shaded areas were areas where residents were displaced and that land was redeveloped. For the urban renewal project, these areas had names. There was the Conservation Area, Clearance Area West, and Clearance Area East. While it's impossible to bring back what is past, it is possible to make some amends and rebuild the essence of Lakeland, a healthy community. The meat of our proposal is captured in the Braxton Institute's contribution to restorative justice for Lakeland, a report of historical harms, contemporary impacts, and policies for redress. It reads, "From stories and testimonies of Lakelanders, 5 recurring themes emerged that describe the strength and vitality of the Lakeland community before urban renewal. Dr. Mindy Fullilove, an expert on social psychiatry, observed these 5 pillars: housing, learning, gathering, nature, connectivity, and they represent all the necessary components of a healthy habitat. Restorative justice should aim to repair and restore these 5 pillars." For our presentation this evening, we'll be using the United Nations framework to organize our recommendations. And those categories are restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. So tonight we're just giving a bird's eye view of our recommendations. I believe the city will make available a copy of the full report for those that wish to see it. So I believe Ms. Murphy is going. Oh, sorry, Karen.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Karen Brown. I am a resident in College Park Estates. I moved here in 2012, in large part because of the beautiful access into parkland and to a lake. I had no idea the story and the history in Lakeland. When I came to learn of the history in Lakeland, I felt a responsibility as a member of this community to be part of this restorative justice process. And so I invite all of you and all of everyone in the community and everyone listening to be open to engaging this process and thinking about how we can, in present day, try to be part of restoring and repairing harm that was done in the past and to not continue that harm into the future. So we are calling on a number of entities to work individually or collectively to address the harms through specific actions. So the City of College Park, Prince George's County, Prince George's County Public Schools, Parks and Planning, WMATA, HUD, and the state of Maryland, including the University of Maryland. I'm going to start here with restitution. We have a number of recommendations under restitution. So restitution is restoring the victim to the state they were in before the violation, which can include regaining liberty, family life, citizenship, employment, or property. The first idea we have here is to create a designation of Lakeland Legacy Member. This would be the folks that are designated as Lakeland Legacy Members would be the primary recipients of the restorative measures. Residents that lived in Lakeland for at least 10 years between 1969 to 1981, or their direct descendants would be part of this group. And part of that would also be creating a Lakeland Legacy Council, so that that council can advocate on behalf of Lakeland Legacy members when decisions are being made about Lakeland. The next recommendation has to do with assuring fair market value, fair market real estate sales. When people had to sell their houses, when they were forced into selling their houses were sold below market value. And so this is looking at a way to look at what the house was sold for at the time, what the value of the actual house was at the time, what the difference is, and the interest on that over time, looking at trying to address the generational wealth that was lost over the years since people were forced into selling their homes. The next aspect here is a returning access to Lakeland's lake, reestablishing both visual and physical connection to the lake. We have ideas for how that can be done, but open to other ideas for how that could be done. The next here is establishing cultural, historical, and educational institutions in Lakeland. There is an idea that the historic Lakeland High School site could be a space where vocational education, business development, K-12 academic remediation, wellness, personal finance, arts, and cultural history, all of those things could be done together in community in that space that holds a great importance to Lakelanders. The next one here is improving access to public transportation, various ideas about how to help access with buses into Lakeland, and then protecting the environment in Lakeland, having Lakeland be a pilot site for city sustainability and climate resilience programs that might be developed in the future. This next aspect of restitution, the overall theme here is returning Lakelanders to Lakeland as homeowners and business owners. So there's a number of ideas here for how to do that. The first is adopting a right of first refusal policies for real estate within Lakeland Urban Renewal District. We've outlined how this would work for both publicly owned properties and privately owned properties, giving priority to a list of designations, starting with trying to help people who fit the category of Lakeland Legacy member to be able to return if property does come up for sale, that they would have the first option to purchase that land. But that's outlined in more detail in the report. The next is constructing new homes, businesses, and home-based businesses in Lakeland, including single-family homes, and support in developing businesses and other education programs in Lakeland that Lakeland Legacy members would like to see. The third here on the list is continuing current programs and establish new initiatives which increase owner occupancy of homes and establish the Return to Lakeland program, which would benefit Lakeland Legacy members and help them to return to living in Lakeland. Right now in the state of Maryland, the average for owner-occupied houses is 71%, but in Lakeland, the owner occupancy average is 40%. So we would like to see owner occupancy increased inside Lakeland. And then finally, permitting the construction of auxiliary dwelling units within Lakeland. In the past, Lakelanders utilized auxiliary dwelling units as a way to meet the housing needs of extended family, and so this would be a way of being able to restore multi-generational housing in Lakeland. Next category, again, these are these United Nations categories for repair. So compensation, providing payment for economic damages resulting from the violations such as physical or mental harm, lost opportunities, and the cost of services. We broke this down in two ways. The first is compensation for forced displacement of individuals from Lakeland during the period of 1969 to 1981. Not everyone who was displaced owned property. So this is a way of ensuring compensation to people who did not own property in Lakeland but were forced out of Lakeland. So we've put an idea of how to do that in here. And that is, anyway, that can be part of a conversation. And then compensation for community disruption through the establishment of the Lakeland Legacy Scholars Program, offering free tuition to Lakeland Legacy members. This is something that we're looking to the University of Maryland for support with. And I'll hand it off to Ruth.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council, my name is Ruth Murphy, also representing District 2, Lakeland. And I am aware of our time, so I will do my best to move this. The third part of the United Nations section on reparations is rehabilitation, which is offering medical, psychological, legal, and social support to help the people that were harmed and help them recover, including vocational training and education for integration, which is pretty much what you have heard already from the rest of the group. I can let you know more, but it's basically establishing and continuing of community-based supplemental education programs within the Lakeland community, some of which we've already started. Another arm of the United Nations reparations program is satisfaction. You would think it can't be measured, but it actually can. So it measures addressing moral harm, including cessation of ongoing violations, truth disclosure, finding disappeared persons, restoring dignity through declarations or decisions, public apologies, sanctions, and commemoration. And the city's already started that very nicely for Lakeland. Through that, we're asking for memorializing different sites, different ways of memorializing people. One of the major ones we were talking about also includes the school that we were referencing earlier, to memorialize that area as well. Ensure truth disclosure by supporting additional restorative justice research. So I kind of went through that faster. And the last one is the guarantee of non-repetition. So we don't want to repeat what some of our ancestors have done in the past. That were not helpful. So it's implementing reforms to prevent future violations, such as civilian oversight of security forces. I'll pause there for a minute. Strengthening the judiciary, protecting human rights workers, and promoting human rights standards. We do that by asking the support of preservation and official designation of Lakeland sites of the community's significance, including the Lakeland High School, First Baptist Church, and Embry AME Church. please establish a new historical preservation recognition of cultural resources community. Thought that would be a nice name for it. And designate Lakeland as a cultural resource community. Establish a Lakeland land trust and adopt the Lakeland Neighborhood Plan. The City of College Park, Restorative Justice Commission's new charge. This is what we're asking. The mandate of the City of College Park's Restorative Justice Commission will be to advise and work with the mayor and council on the implementation of the reparative work recommended by the city. This will include advocacy for legislation associated with achieving the recommendations of the mayor and council and the harnessing of resources, including through relevant sections noted at the report of the Restorative Justice Commission, the way forward toward restorative justice in College Park. Thank you from the Restorative Justice Commission to all of you. The way forward towards restorative justice in College Park really has appreciated your investment in helping us get our research done and focus where we would like to go next. Questions?
Thank you. Let's give all a round of applause. This is fantastic. Many hours of hard work, and I really appreciate the presentation. Before I take questions, I want to make sure that these works are preserved as they should be on our city's website. I'm sure that we have a restorative justice page, and that should be linked, and the community should be getting that information. Report on the presentation. Thank you. I'll start with the questions. I will first give the chance to my District 2 colleagues because Lakeland is in their district. Dr. Esters.
First, let me thank you for all of the work that you have been doing over a period of time. This is just one moment in time. This work has been going on for a while, and we acknowledge that. So one of the questions that I have, and I won't get into the nitty-gritty things here because I think that you reference the report being available, but the city held some responsibility, the county held some responsibility, the state held responsibility. So you have come before the state, you've worked before the city, you've worked with us in getting to this point. How is it that you, and the university, and how is it that you bring all these entities together to work toward the next steps in this effort?
You know, that's the job that we're asking you all to charge us with as the next step. Conversations have already begun with our state delegation to look at, at least begin conversations about what legislation might look like. And also, our county council representative has been walking by our side, throughout this whole process. So those things have begun. Early conversations have also taken place with the University of Maryland, both casually with members of the commission and also with the assistance of some of our partners, particularly the Braxton Institute. So we just need that to begin the next step. At this point, we needed to get the harm report completed and make recommendations to mayor and council such that they can say what comes next. What initiatives are you all wishing us to move forward with? We work really for you.
With that in mind, based upon what you've just said, what is it that you wish the council to move forward with first?
The whole thing. Well, I think there are a few basic pillars, borrowing Dr. Braxton's language. There's education, there is land, and then there's the spaces, the conservation of things like the school, the churches, So I think those elements are things to move forward with. There's also the issue of financial compensation. One of the things that I had begun conversation with the state about is what that might look like. Also, in the full report, there is a analysis of the amount of property tax, candidly, that is collected by the city on the properties that were redeveloped within the urban renewal district. That is referred to as Conservation Area West. There's going to be a significant increase in funds in the next couple of years. That might be a way to identify some ways to finance some of the programs of repair.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one more question.
Oh,
but
just to add to, you asked the question, and yes, we tried to put it all together neatly for the council. We do work for you, reconnecting us with the lake itself, so we can at least see the lake is one place we would love to get started. Certainly with education, having the university through part of their repair to give the legacy members a future and education. Did you want to add anything, Karen? Those are just basic places we would love to start. And for the bus and transportation, the buses from the university already come through Lakeland. If we can just get Metro or let them help us get around too, that would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like you already have started talking about that, which is fantastic. Councilmember Whitney?
Thank you. I want to also start by thanking you for the work that you've done and also to congratulate you for really synthesizing the different work that has been going on, because we've been talking about this for a long time, because there's a lot to talk about and a lot to think about. But to bring together into this document the work of the Lakeland Plan, of the African American Redress Network, and the prior work of the Restorative Justice Commission, like this has really brought that together in a way that I think really creates a path for us to move forward. So congratulations on that, and thank you. I also wanted to ask, basically, what is the Restorative Justice Commission's, and maybe I'm getting too far ahead because, you know, I'm very detail-oriented, so stop me if I'm getting too in the weeds, but what is kind of a timeline that you're envisioning for the creation of the Lakeland Legacy Council? Because I know in the report, the detailed report, it mentions wanting to get, putting an endpoint of 2026 for having people certified as Lakeland Legacy members. But I wonder if there's a critical mass that you're looking for that would be enough people to create the Lakeland Legacy Council to really, because it seems like that council is kind of the backbone of a lot of this work. And I'm eager to see it move forward. So I'll stop with that question and let you respond to that.
The concept was to put a cap at the year in order to develop the list of legacy members, both for, at some point there has to be a number, because you really don't know what your population is unless you stop somewhere. We have lists of people who were displaced, so that those could easily be published and make an advertisement for them or their descendants to present themselves. And if we're going to move forward, it would be necessary to have that council in place in order to be able to say, yes, this is something that we agree to. No, that doesn't work for us. So my concept is that year, that you set the number at that year and work forward from that point.
Okay, so basically the Lakeland Legacy Council would not really be created until at earliest the beginning of 2027. Is that correct?
At the end, yes, the end of 26.
At the end of 26. Okay, thank you. And another question, I know out of the suggestions here, One of them seemed to be like a board that would operate the cultural and educational institution that would have a home eventually. Already you're talking about having classes perhaps at Lakeland High School or some events. And I'm just wondering if you have concerns about having, I know at times it's been difficult to fill the roster of the Restorative Justice Commission. And now we're talking about adding a Lakeland Legacy Council and a separate, cultural institute that would also have a board. So I'm just wondering if you have any concerns about being able to fill all of those positions.
Always.
Always, okay, okay.
But it's still in the set. I don't see, if we're going to build those things, we need people to be able to build them. Mm-hmm. And the capacity, Ruth and I and Karen, Karen are not going to be able to do it by ourselves. There are, especially, thinking about the Educational Institute, we've already had very preliminary conversations with the pastor of the Washington Brazilian Seventh-day Adventist Church, who their congregation's home is in that building. The pastor has expressed interest in partnering for educational programs. So it wouldn't be a thing, just as Karen is walking with us on this process, and folks from, the Cemeteries Program, the Redress Network, and on and on and on. We have been very blessed, and the University of Maryland, of having other partners come and be a part of the things that we're trying to build. And I would just say to you, I think if the times that we're living through have any lessons for us, it is the necessity to build community and work together in order to benefit us all. And an educational program, while its focus is Lakeland, I don't imagine that it would be exclusively Lakeland. A lot of the kids that attend Paint Branch Elementary School don't live in Lakeland, but they're definitely in need of remedial education programs. And while the priority would be for legacy children to receive services there, you would have to make room for other children as well. Also for the children of the Brazilian Seventh-day Adventist congregation. So all of this would have to be done through seeking partnerships. And just to talk about the experience that we've had with the Heritage Project, we're a handful of people, and we've done things that I never would have imagined. Mm-hmm. And so by working with folks that are like-minded, you can do more things than you ever thought you could.
I wanted to just add, I appreciated your question, especially with the sense of urgency, which is why we had such a short deadline. We're trying to get wheels moving as fast as we can, and a lot of our members are aging, and that's a really important piece. So we're losing history left, right, and center, and we're trying to really get communities involved in helping us all help each other.
One more question. I'm sorry. And this might be too in the weeds, but when you were talking about compensation for forced displacement, that computation was kind of built around $1975. And I would love if you would speak to why you chose $1975 for that.
Because there is a list of displaced persons, and the majority of those people were displaced in 1975.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I see Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell. You raised your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all of you for the report. Very intentional, very in-depth, a lot of good information, and it really educated me personally. And I'm always looking for that, for me to grow and to learn more about the purpose of what you're doing. With that being said, I want to talk about education, because that's my background. How do we continue the education? And I'm talking about just within the city of College Park. Because we can talk about it just in Lakeland, but how do we talk about it in the entire city when we say that we're one College Park? So how do we speak to that, if you have any ideas on that?
I would love to speak to that.
I know you women's group.
So one way, if you want to really make yourselves different from other surrounding cities, is employ more guidance counselors in these schools and have one of the counselors be an outreach person to literally keep data on parents that they are reaching to provide resources that are desperately needed for families. So that's one place I would start, is with having a lot more guidance counselors, especially elementary, because if we can handle them in elementary, we can track these families and help them as they continue to grow. And right now, it's something like 700 to 1 in elementary schools for counselors. That's definitely a place I would suggest we get started. The next place is not so much in after-school programs that are general, but literally pairing up, like our struggling readers, with a person, whether it's the University of Maryland having those fraternities and sororities. And I know we need to be careful to make sure that the children are safe and people are fingerprinted, but it's the personal connection that gives kids the energy and the excitement to learn. They don't want to disappoint the people they have connected with. And we're competing against technology, which we're finding was not a good way, because a lot of our college students are graduating with computer degrees and there are no jobs. They've been taken by artificial intelligence. So we need to make those human connections with our kids, with the families, and provide them with resources that they are going to need. So we're going to have to listen to them. We're going to have to communicate in a language that they understand. And I can talk all day on this, but those are some places I would love to get started.
No, and I appreciate that, but I'm going to go a little bit deeper.
Go ahead.
I'm talking about the education of communities in College Park about Lakeland, and why we as a council are very passionate and committed to that. So as a council member representing District 4, how do I talk to my community and educate them about why am I standing up and why am I will continue to stand up to support this endeavor?
I think personal stories from your constituents being amplified is important, because that will connect with your community. You want to add something, Karen?
Yeah, great point. And I think that's something we've struggled with over the last 3 years, is thinking about how do we help the wider community know about what's happening. And so clearly the way we move forward with this, hopefully part of it is in a communication plan. Like, how do we build this out so that the whole community knows about it? How do we use the different civic associations as a launching pad for people to learn about it in each of their communities? So thank you for that question. And I think that's, like, as someone who's an ally in the situation, like, that's something I should take on, is like, how do we communicate it out to the wider network, like community, to learn about it and to care about it?
Okay. No, and I appreciate that. And, I'm always 110% with you. And I just want to make sure that others hear, not only with their ears, but with their heart, what you're doing.
The other thing that I would recommend to folks is there's a lot of material out in the world on Lakeland. The first thing that comes to mind is the NBC4 documentary that premiered in February of this year. That's available online. There's a short film that was produced by the Lakeland Community Heritage Project and the Maryland Institute for Technology in the Humanities. That's also available online. It was shown at the, I think it's Utopia Film Festival in Greenbelt last year, and also at a film festival in Orange, New Jersey. There are things like the mural that's under the bridge. How can we help folks to see that and take in the material that is presented there? There's the book, Lakeland African Americans in College Park. There's a recording available online of Shadows of Lakeland. There are all kinds of things. I would truly encourage the city to pick up some of those resources and provide those links on their website. The Heritage Project worked with the city's planning office several years ago now on an update to the Lakeland Visitors Guide. That project was turned over to the city 2, maybe 3 years ago now. It has yet to be uploaded onto your website. That's a resource that talks about what Lakeland was and allows people to look at the places now and understand the story of what was there before and how the change in landscape took place. There's an exhibition that's scheduled to be presented at the College Park Aviation Museum that's scheduled to open on May the 1st of next year that will present Lakeland, and it'll be a physical exhibit with photographs and artifacts, as well as an audiovisual elements that will allow folks to hear stories of Lakeland. So there's a lot of material already that exists, and to the extent that we can continue to share, we'd be happy to do so. That is the full purpose of the Heritage Project, and it's a program that I and others have been working on for actually a couple of decades now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that when you said, how do we communicate with our hearts? We really need to make a deliberate effort to communicate with our hearts. That's actually the center of everything. So
I concur
that's
with
right
you.
on it.
Thank you. Councilor Mackey?
Yes, thank
Then
you.
it's on you.
I would recommend for everyone to read the long report that we got a couple months ago and this report. I think all residents of College Park really need to get that information and know about it. One of the things that I'm a very visual person, and I think it would be very helpful if we were taken so that you could show us about the lake and how you would what your vision for that is and your different visions. I'm more the environmental person, so the different environmental missions that you have. We all know that unfortunately you all have a terrible problem with flooding there. Because one of the things that I remember reading in the book you gave me was that a lot of the Lakeland families, the fathers, were at the University of Maryland and were the grounds crews at the University of Maryland, and they had a passion for environmental issues. And so that's why I think it's very important that that passion that was something that was so important to those men back so many years ago, that passion for environmental resiliency and sustainability would be taken forward. So it would be great to have some of the ideas that you might have, just to know what some ideas that the community wants. And I also had the same question of my council colleague, Dr. Esters, about bringing all the different entities together. And I really think that a forum of some kind that meets continually to see how that everyone is part of the moving forward. So those are just a couple suggestions. That if you see me, I write notes to myself when I read it, and I just wanted to share those with you. This is a big project, and it's going to take it's not going to just take one group to make this go forward. It's going to take a lot of different groups. So if you have a specialty people out there in College Park that you would like to bring to the table here, please let these ladies know and the rest of the commission, because I think that we have a lot of people in College Park that are qualified, and we need to definitely be plugging into the University of Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nicholas, do you have comments?
Yes, I
Please
do.
go ahead. Then I'll go to Councilor Hill. Is it okay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for the work that you all do. Just a few quick comments here, especially in regards to the scholarship aspect that you talked about. Actually, in a meeting I had with the SGA vice president today, we were talking about that idea, and we think it's a good thing when the university works to do good in the surrounding community, not just on campus. So I just kind of wanted to get some contextual information, kind of what the conversations with the university have looked so far in regards to the scholarship thing, or if there have been any conversations, and if there's anything that me and Amir as liaisons can do to help.
I think there will be.
Please use the mic, Ms. Close.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
I think there will be a significant role for students. If you're familiar with the path that other universities have taken around the concept of repair, it's been the students that have led the way. I will say that the conversations that have been had are very, very early. And at this point, we're just getting to a point where we're getting direction from mayor and council on the route that they are asking us to take. As I have to keep reminding myself, we're working for them. And so we don't want to get ahead of their desires and their instructions. But we're on the table, I guess, with some concepts. And as we are able to move forward with the direction of mayor and council, we're prepared to do that. But like I said, I think students can be in the forefront.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Hill?
Thank you.
Is the last comment.
I want to thank the commission for all the work they've done on this restorative justice report. A few years back, I was unaware of what has happened in this effort, and I feel really grateful to be a witness to this process of addressing restorative justice here. It is all too familiar of a story. On this Indigenous Day, I'm originally from Hawaii, and we've seen a lot of this sort of injustice happen, and to see an effort so coordinated and thought out is special for me. It comes from a slightly different angle, but I look forward to seeing the progress and supporting it, and being a witness and a supporter. We need to get somewhere. We need to do this as well. It's long past due, and I'm glad that we're addressing this now.
Thank you. So I want to thank again the committee, because it looks like you are, Mr. Rake. Please go ahead, then I'll make the final comment.
I'm not going to be on this dais for much longer. I'm proud to have supported this effort, and would note that I think it'd be fair to characterize the recommendations. I read the report from cover to cover a couple times. The recommendations are comprehensive, by which I mean expensive and extremely labor intensive. I think you all are going to have to figure out how to help this council, the next council, prioritize it, because we could have a staff devoted to, frankly, we probably have a staff of 4 or 5 FTEs devoted to this for years and not get to the end. And I don't think it's within, I don't know, maybe it is, but it's a question for the next council whether even that level of resources is possible, frankly. So I really think, I think, and my candid advice is a couple of things. One is, work closely with council to prioritize the things and sort of rack and stack things in the order that makes the most sense, both for purposes of restorative justice, but also recognizing that perhaps some of these are partially dependent upon the others. And also, work closely with members of the Lakeland community and the Lakeland diaspora and this council to help understand both what priorities are, but also what manage expectations to an extent. This was a grave harm that was done, but it was also done 50 years ago. And many of the people who live in the city today, arguably may have indirectly or in some cases directly benefited from it, but it was also a long time ago. And so and as some of you have pointed out, the diaspora itself is, and the people who are directly impacted are aging. So I want action on this. I wanted it done several years ago, but I want it done quickly. And I think part of that is identifying what of these in here are quick wins. What are things that we can accomplish without without 10 more years of effort? And what does that prioritization look like? And how does that work and align with the expectations of the Lakeland community and the Lakeland diaspora? Just some parting thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was going into actually this kind of similar line. But I like to, I should be saying, I'm very grateful that you like to continue working on what needs to happen, because there is still work to be done. As you mentioned, that the other entities like the county, the state, University of Maryland, and Park and Planning, they need to be brought into the picture. And I'm so happy that you asked this council to give you a new charge. I think I'm paraphrasing what you actually said. So it is very. I'm very happy that you're asking us to give you more work, which if I said it that way. Now that probably needs some council action because the charge you have wasn't the same that you are asking for. So that is probably will be working with you, our staff, our attorney. Probably there will be a new resolution, kind of adjusting the new charge. And then, as Councilman Roddick said, I completely agree with him that we really need your help because we need to work with you. It is a teamwork. It's not like we are just giving you some task and you'll be working on it. You are part of our community. It's just a teamwork. So please work with us, work with the staff. We have fantastic staff, and they will be working with you in setting up the new priority and finding out what needs to happen in terms of actions from the council side. And this work cannot stop. It needs to go into the finish line. We want to see a day very soon, hopefully, when the community around College Park, they can take this as an example. That, hey, College Park, something wrong happened many years ago, but they did the wrong thing right. So let's work on that. Let's make it right. So thank you again. Hopefully, okay, Dr. Esters.
Thank you. I just wanted to say and answer to you what you said earlier, Ms. Gross, and asking both of us to sort of continue beyond this. What I want you to know is that the two of us, if I may speak for my co-counsel, are committed to doing all that we can before we leave this dais to help move these things forward. So we've already been talking about the things that we need to do while we're sitting in these seats to help take action. So thank you.
And thank you.
I'm looking for you after then too, but I'll take the floor.
Ms. Whitney, please.
And I did want to make another comment just as far as talking about this being something that happened a long time ago. This doesn't feel like that long ago. I was alive and I'm so young. So, and the impacts of this are still affecting the families that this happened to. When you lose generational wealth, that is real and that is now. So I don't want us to think about this as something as, this long past history. This is still now, and this is something we need to correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Hopefully this will be the last comment. Please go ahead.
No, and I thank my District 2 colleagues for their work with the committee because they gave a lot of their love and time and attention to this. But I just want to ask, I know to the city manager, is there a possibility before our District 2 council members leave, if we can bring this back as a discussion point for a broader discussion for the council?
We actually have an action coming before you on the 21st.
Okay.
With the property that we purchased on, I think it's 5021 Lakeland Road, and working in partnership with the trust.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll have a presentation. So that'll be one of the first actions that we'll bring back. And then for an overall plan, obviously, we'll have to.
Right, because then we can have some more time to have discussion about the report.
Fantastic. Yeah. And probably we can come up with an action item in amending or rather giving the new charge to the commission. That will be another action item.
Can I make a couple of requests?
Please.
The first would be that mayor and council accept the report. Another one would be that the staff be asked to look at the recommendations of the report and, where appropriate, state where the various action elements may be placed on the work on the work list of other parts of city government. You know, like there are things that are there that would come into planning. There are things that are there that would be a part of, you know, when you're looking at your legislative packet. There's a conversation that I'm hoping that we'll be able to have with the 21st delegation to look at state legislation, and also with Mr. Olson and county legislation. The Education Advisory Board, the trust. What ways, you know, the expectation isn't that that this committee deal with everything. There may be some places where this works into other work programs. And one thought that I had around the issue of education, one of the big challenges we have is that the county's education program doesn't always fit neatly into what local residents would like to see for public education. How can we set up a program that might be in Lakeland and Hollywood and other parts of the city to assist our students in meeting their educational needs? So, you know, those are some of the things that I had thought. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you for giving. Please go ahead. Come forward.
I think we just
Final
wanted
thoughts.
clarity on next steps. So before our dear friends here are leaving the council, so that we're clear on, what steps need to happen. Is the report accepted in whole? Like the new charge, just so we know what we need to have in place before they're leaving the council.
So that's fantastic, and I am kind of requesting council member, District 2 council member, council colleagues. I think you can lead that effort in terms of prioritizing and working with the community and the staff to bring it before you leave.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. We are all in agreement. Fantastic.
Thank you.
We're a happy family. Thank you all. Let's do one more round of applause. All right. The next presentation is from Child Care Task Force, and this will be presented by.
Mr. Mayor, I think Good Neighbor Day is next.
Good Neighbor Day was a B? Okay, I thought it was a D. That's fine. Who is here from Good Neighbor Day? Please come forward to the podium. This is all fun stuff. Thank you so much. Please come forward.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Carriedo. I'm the Community Partnership Coordinator for the Center of Community Engagement at UMD. So I just came here to represent the center. I wanted to start off by thanking the City of College Park for all of your efforts in the collaboration for on Good Neighbor Day. So this year will be our 14th year doing Good Neighbor Day. We're very excited about the 22 projects that we have, ranging from cleaning Lake Artemisia.
Artemisia. Lake Artemisia.
Thank you. To helping Cesar Chavez Elementary with their garden, and hopefully building a little library at the Pregnancy Aid Center. So we are really close to meeting our volunteer goals. We are 175 volunteers away from meeting our goal, and we are hoping that if you know of anyone who happens to have a free Saturday, or any students that need SSL hours, to please volunteer. Our sign up is right on our website, and it's fairly easy. You just have to put in your information and sign off a waiver. We will also be having our health and well-being fair at the Lakeland Community Center from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's Saturday, October 25th, so we hope to see you guys there. It is a free event. We'll be having various presentations from local nonprofits, and we will also be having free stuff and activities for kids to do as well. So just wanted to make that announcement.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you. Looking forward to attending, and I'll be I look forward to joining a group of University of Maryland volunteers, including possibly President Pines in one of the
Yes,
projects. That will be a fun one.
I've heard he always attends and
Thank
gets
you.
right into it, so.
Yeah, and hopefully all of my colleagues will join as well. Any question? Exciting project. And thank you, Ms. Mackey and Councilmember Hill for your leadership. Yeah, we couldn't do it, but you did it. And Councilmember Ray as well. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. And thank you all you have done.
All right.
If there is any question, a comment?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to see the presentation that the center has on the accomplishments that the Good Neighbor Day has done over the past 10 years. 11. How many years again is it now?
It's been 14. 14 years.
14 years. Yeah, it's been. Yeah, we've been Marie. I'm not sure when you came on, but I came on like probably after the second one. Right, first or second one I came on. Yeah, so we've been. There's a little video on the website that shows how many volunteers we've had, the different projects we've had, and it's such inspiring to see what accomplishments the Center for Community Engagement has done in the community over the years. So, yeah, I was hoping to see that.
Fantastic.
We will for sure have that up on our website.
Yeah. Ms. Whitney?
No.
Do you have a comment? All right.
They covered it.
Thank you so much, and
Thank
looking
you.
forward to seeing you all on October 25th, right? Okay. Thank you. All right. Is this the time now for Child Care Task Force presentation? Okay. Let's get to Mr. Gardner. Thank you. If you have joined here from the Child Care Task Force, can you please raise your hand? Okay, I see. I'm sure there are a couple online as well. Please come forward. Yeah, join the team. Thank you for your work. Please go ahead.
All right. Hello, Mayor and Council. Very good to see you today. I would just like to thank everybody on the task force I'm speaking on behalf of today, and of course, Bill Gardner, who's been a tremendous step on every step of this journey, including helping me get this presentation up today. So I was supposed to be joined by my co-chair, Danielle Delgado, but fortunately she wasn't feeling well. So I'm going to do my best to tell you this story, which is really what I'm here to do today, go over the story of childcare that we discovered. So yes, let's get into it. So an overview of what's been going on with childcare. We started statewide. The Comptroller's report gave us a very good picture of what childcare looked like. Now, we're talking from 0 to 5. We look at it primarily as an educational step, but also an economic issue. As we know throughout history, but also what was corroborated in the report, is that the responsibility of childcare primarily falls onto women. And in order to be a family that or in order to be a city that is great for working families in 2025, it requires good childcare that gives flexibility to two-parent households to pursue a dual income path. So what we noticed on the local level is we're in a particularly difficult market for childcare. It's incredibly expensive in the DC area, and it's also, as the federal government and the state government practice austerity measures, it's difficult for families to find alternative options. Also, on the business side, it currently is a mostly private model, but as a private model, it's not a profitable business. They found that most child care centers were operating on less than a 1% profit margin. When you have this much demand and it's so difficult to make a profit as a business, there's not a lot of people entering the market, and that's where we're really looking for support. So I want to highlight some key statistics from that Comptroller's report from Brooke Learman. So we found that overall, there was over a 15% decrease in providers. And what that means is that there were many home-based providers that went out of business, and while the capacity only decreased by over 5%, a lot of the shift was children going from home-based care and smaller facilities and moving into larger child care centers and businesses. And another effect of this also is that the prices have been increasing as center-based care has or just needs higher upkeep and staff. It's not as flexible. But unfortunately, the child care scholarship here in Maryland has been frozen to new enrollments since May of this year. And that is something across the board that has been frustrating for parents. If you've had a child recently, it's through no fault of your own that you're unable to get this child care scholarship that in this area paid about $13,000, $14,000 a year. So it opened up a lot of doors. And that is the average up there, $15,000 for all of Maryland. But of course, we can expect it to be higher here, as this is one of the most expensive areas in the state. And I just want to highlight as well the percentage of income that they highlighted. They're saying it's about 10% of a married couple's income is going to child care alone, while 31.6% of a single parent's income would go to child care. And of course, if you're a single parent, that is something that you need to work. Yeah. So these statistics are alarming, and we went in with that knowledge of the state situation and what it looked like across the board, but we wanted to get more specific onto this community. So we went out to the Hollywood Farmers Market, we talked to providers, and we got the story on their side of what they're experiencing. So overall, there's a lot of frustration as the business aspect is extremely overloaded, and there's too much demand, and it leads to situations like long wait lists, expensive wait lists, where some parents have dropped, and this is from what we heard from parents in this community, over $1,000 that they never get back on waitlist fees. And there's no transparency, or at least there's no requirement for transparency, so there often is none, on where you're at on the wait list or whether you have a shot at all. So what that means for parents is that they're spending these early years of their children's life with a lot of added responsibility, waiting for childcare that they expected. And after 2 or 3 years, when their children age out of the earliest care, they're out $1,000, $2,000 of waitlist fees after having been waitlisted at every local center. And overall, there is a lack of communication between providers and parents. Everything is managed by each center individually. There's no collective body. And what that means is, you can imagine, child care centers are focused on providing child care. It's hard for them to have a media team or to be communicating actively, and it's something where we see a tremendous need. Also, for parents, they don't know where seats are open without checking meticulously every single provider in the area, or hearing from word of mouth, which is powerful, but only extends to so many people. And so we have a competitive childcare market where there is a lot of very strong demand as families move into this area, but there's little information and high costs throughout, so just a lot of frustration. And so we want to take you to some recommendations. I think it makes sense, given the informational landscape, that we need just a more coordinated place to look for this information. And we're thinking the city can help provide a website and collect this information regularly from local providers. It would go a long way, as nothing like that currently exists. We're also thinking that other measures to communicate, which are in the report, like listservs, may be useful, so parents who are actively waiting and looking can get the best information as soon as possible. And there were other measures that we looked at in other jurisdictions where, like Decatur, Georgia, where policy was very successful. They had some regulatory easing on centers, especially when they're being put into schools and other facilities that are already safe for children. It's a way to not double up inspections and to kind of speed up their process to opening up childcare. And we also notice that there's training that's required. Childcare workers are not regular workers. They need to, have the skills to take care of children, especially in emergencies. So we're thinking if there's room for partnership there as well. And now, as we move farther into recommendations, which you'll see on the end of this slide and the next, we're going to start talking about money, which I know is a difficult subject because there's always a lot of causes asking for money. But what we're seriously looking at is a private market failure in providing a necessary good, especially in an era where both the federal government, state government, and county government are all going to be practicing austerity for the foreseeable future. If no one's spending on this issue, then there's no way we can really expect to see an improvement in the situation. So what we recommended as the smallest item of our kind of costly recommendations is a small capital projects grant that can help home-based centers get started up or help be that final gap that helps the center open up in the area. So what that means is that anyone in their home, there's a separate process for a home-based center to start. And as we were talking in the Lakeland project, there's a need for home-based businesses. And so you can imagine a lot of folks would be able to provide this care, but there are still overhead costs. It's not as simple as putting a sign on your door saying you're ready to take care of children. So in order to help them make their houses safe for kids, we were thinking of a small grant. And now, as we move into larger ideas, we have child care capacity improvement grants that would be targeted at businesses that could take on more children if they had a little more investment. And we also offer every idea that is a grant also as a zero interest loan. And that just makes it possible for the city to not make a full financial commitment to a center and have a loan option that would also allow regular check-ins on how a center is doing. And we're also thinking this property tax credit bill that got passed in the last session and signed by the governor, and it's something that we could implement here. I know it may exist on the county level, but I haven't heard whether they're pursuing it. It would just allow a child care center to save on their property taxes. And then one thing that we're really proud of as an idea, and we got a lot of buy-in from both providers and parents about this idea, was to have a day or event where everyone on both sides of this issue can come together and meet. And it would be a way to kind of have a cornerstone meeting place every year for childcare to kind of like kick off conversations and build relationships. Because at the end of the day, as people are interacting mostly with this business online, they're having no interaction with the real people behind it. And that, I think, leads a lot to the frustration. They're also not privy to any of the opportunities that you may have if you have relationships with the business. So, for example, if there were a seat that opened up late in the process, that's something that could be communicated only if you knew the person, the family on the other side that needed that seat. And so now we're looking at kind of our final ideas. So these just involve partnership and maybe picking up the responsibility for a while of doing a stopgap scholarship. We're not exactly sure when the state will bring back the child care scholarship. It is extremely popular, so we know there's no problem that new people will need it or not. But it's a money problem, and the state found it just a big cost-saving measure to freeze enrollments. And as we know, we're dealing with children 0 to 5. There are plenty of parents who are thrust in the situation of looking for childcare just by having a child. So I want to incentivize providers to offer care beyond the school year to keep up that flexibility. As one thing parents cited that was frustrating is when there are certain times when care and childcare is provided, but those dry up, but their job doesn't, it's a year-round commitment. So we need to increase the amount of coverage in the year that centers offer. Another complaint that we got often was when a center would end at 3 p.m. or 2 p.m. even. And so then for working parents, how are you supposed to get your children in the middle of the day? If it's not running for at least the majority of the workday, then it doesn't have much value to the parents that we're trying to provide flexibility. And finally, for our waitlist recommendation, we just want to see if there's any way we can increase communication. It's always been an area of frustration for parents. So if we are already going through the process of making websites and keeping parents informed, we think this is an area where we can standardize how waitlists are communicated. And so I want to...
Thank you. Do you have any?
Yes,
follow-up comments?
I'd like to add a bit of context. My name is Christina Martin Kenny. I've had the pleasure of serving on this task force. I am, first and foremost, a mom of 2 children, ages 6 and 2, so I am one of these parents that is in the middle of this. I've also advocated through my employment at the federal level for policies on child care accessibility and affordability. And I want to add some context that I think is really unique to our community of College Park. And that's that, my colleagues on the task force, most of them could not join because they have bedtime responsibilities. I was an hour late to this meeting because I had bedtime responsibilities. But not a single member of the task force who has children between the ages of 0 and 5 has children enrolled in child care facilities in the city of College Park, myself included. Our kids are in child care in Hyattsville, Tacoma Park, Silver Spring, even DC. And I think that that really highlights, yes, we're a very small sampling, but in my own community, the options for childcare in the city of College Park are neither affordable or accessible. There's just too few of them. I think some other context that's important to understand is since January, with the federal government shutdown, Gavin shared what the average cost of childcare that a family spends, $15,000. That's actually very low. That's the statewide estimate. When the federal government started laying people off, families were forced with the impossible decision of, do I pull my child out of the childcare that I need when I no longer have an income, and risk not having childcare again for a year and a half, 2 years? Or do I keep paying this amount of money that is the same cost as a mortgage? And that has been an impossible choice. And now, with more federal issues that are plaguing our community, we are seeing in DC specifically, I haven't seen this in College Park or in this area, but in DC child care providers are having a very hard time meeting their quotas of child care providers to children right now because of the threats of ICE raids and because the child care providers are predominantly members of the Latina community. So I wanted to share that because I think a lot of our recommendations tap into that, but this has been, since the pandemic, we've seen a forced closure of a lot of child care facilities. This has been an ongoing issue, but in this particular moment, our community is starved for affordable and accessible child care, and I'm really hoping that the council will take some of these recommendations because I do think these are valid recommendations and help support our community and our parents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. They're really practical. Can I give the round of applause for the hard work they have done? I appreciate that. So I'm going to allow my colleagues to ask questions. So the one recommendation, so which probably is kind of low-hanging fruit, and it's related to staff timing, probably staff help we need. Having kind of a resource page in our website somewhere where we could be listing all the childcare providers within College Park. Is that you're suggesting? Do you think we have the capacity? If you cannot, what do you think?
Yeah, I think
Mr.
we
Gardner?
can discuss it in depth at the staff level and
Okay.
come back and if there are any concerns or issues,
Yeah.
let you know. But
The challenge
some
will
of the
be
suggestions are easier, less expensive.
Yeah,
That
than
we
the
can
others.
move on more quickly than others.
Thank you. Thank you for discussing it. And there's another recommendation requiring child care providers to be more transparent in publishing the waiting list or something like that, right? Is that need a legislation from the city side? Who is going to enforce it? When is it required?
If we were to require something like that, I think we first need to check to see if we had the authority as a municipality to do so.
Yeah.
And then if the answer is yes, then
Then we
council
can
would
do
have to
it.
take action.
Ms. Anderson, do you want to chime in?
No, I agree. We need to determine if we have the authority.
Yeah, who could have the authority? So, but thank you. I like the idea, but we do not know who exactly will be enforcing it. So we can explore it. Thank you. Thank you for
Yes,
sharing.
and I also want to say the waitlist transparency is something that I know Christina and many others on the task force are very passionate about. And every one of our recommendations, if it may not fall under city authority, it's something that we very much want to see brought to Annapolis. As we believe, I mean, those aren't expensive changes. They just require a different procedure.
Certainly. So tonight, at the end of the meeting, we'll be talking about legislation at the state level. So it's very timely. Thank you. So please forgive me, I didn't keep track of who actually raised their hand first. Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell. So. Oh, okay. Please go ahead.
Just very quick. Are you the person who has worked in the legislature with a legislator that has done this kind of advocacy before? Palkovich, I'm forgetting the name.
Yes, I worked for Delegate Palakovich Carr, and she she chairs the early childhood subcommittee. So we
Okay.
worked on a lot of legislation about
Okay,
this,
thank you.
including the tax credit that was mentioned for child care centers.
Okay. Has the idea of requiring transparency with wait lists ever been brought up in that committee?
I don't believe so. At least not last year. It was not something that was explored as a bill idea.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So there's an opportunity for us to advocate. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, and thank you for the report. And so, this is up my alley, 30 years in early childhood, so I appreciate this. So, a couple of questions in regards to the having a meeting with the providers and the families. I know the Education Advisory Committee did that many years ago as one of their signature programs. They had an actual, you're looking for like a daycare open house where all the providers, they used to have that, so maybe that's something that could be done if that's what you're looking for on that. And in regards to the other point about training, were you looking for the city to try to provide some type of subsidy for training of new staff for providers, especially in home-based care? I'm questioning.
So I think just in general, the training, and it could enable new staff to just like enter that workforce, but it could also just support existing centers and help their staff develop like better skills. I think a lot of it is around emergency like care, and those are skills that are going to be valuable for anyone working. But yes, especially as you mentioned, Ms. Mitchell, if we want to get more home-based care, then it's like going to be hard for community members to go find where to get CPR training on their own. It's definitely something that informationally we can be a great assistance of, but if there's a financial aspect and some investment to it to make sure that people can get it for free or for low cost, I think that would go a long way as well.
Okay. So I know Prince George's Community College does offer the CPR first aid, the 90-hour course for those who want to become senior staff members, 64-hour course so that's something that we can possibly look at if there's some kind of stipends that come from the state. So that's what more or less.
Yeah, the CPR training and all of that, they're costs that the centers have to assume to train their staff, right? And as Gavin shared, with the profit margins, particularly for small center-based care. And I do want to specify that in this particular community, we have in-home daycare, we have church-based daycare, and then we have center-based care. And really, it's outside of the center-based care where these profit margins are razor thin, and it could just make it a little bit, their profit margins a little bit higher. It could make them have a little bit more flexibility with how they're spending their money to have one fewer thing off their plate, such as training.
And I agree with you, especially with home-based. That's a niche that has not really been tapped into, and many parents may find more ease in that smaller setting, and providing those providers the opportunities to have the additional money for investment, not only in the center, but for additional education and training. And I know the state has frozen, the money has been frozen for many years for them to get scholarships for not only for investment in staff, but also to continue their own personal education. So that's something that I think if possible, we can look at in the future, if feasible. And last thing about the wait list, I don't know if I'm wrong, but if it requires legislation, but I thought that the Department of Licensing did provide wait lists for families regarding, depending on the zip code, the name of the providers in that zip code and what was available. Was that not true or accurate?
It has not been accurate. So when you, as a parent, try to find what your options are for childcare, the state list that provides in College Park includes everything from Paint Branch Elementary after-school care program, which does not help a parent of a 0 to a 2-year-old, right? Okay. So it's not a very in-depth list. It includes a lot of things like that. And the information on the wait list, it's
too much.
Yes, and honestly, having I just got off a wait list in September after over a year. Having been through that, really, it's just calling. And I've shared with some of my friends and colleagues that sometimes it feels like you got a spot because you called at the right time, not necessarily because your number came up on the wait list. Right, because there have, my oldest daughter is 6, and I put her on wait lists when we moved to College Park when she was 9 months old that I just never heard back from. Wait lists that came with a $75 fee.
Correct.
So that's where the transparency is really key, because it's not just that you're not hearing, it's that you're spending money to be on these wait lists. And some of those fees, the Bright Horizons Center, I believe somebody shared in the task force that their fee is over $200, just the wait list fee.
Oh, yeah, it is. Sure. Yeah, and you don't get it back. And
No.
That's sorry. But maybe also we can work with the Child Care Resource Center. They also are an entity and a stakeholder that can help out with some of the recommendations that you're looking for us to work together on. So, but thank you very much for what you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it's a long time coming.
So I believe Councilor Ray raised his hand first, and then Councilor Hugh, and then Councilmember Mackey.
Oh, thank you for your hard work on this. And I think it's an essential service that we need to be thinking about here is how we can help with this. I'm wondering, so it's a capacity issue. There's not enough capacity, and it's also an affordability piece. And I'm wondering, based on the recommendations, are there certain ones that you think get us more bang for our buck in terms of which ones will meaningfully, expand the capacity? Let's start with that. I'd love to hear kind of home-based, especially, or smaller kind of facilities in the city.
I have some thoughts there, but
No, you can go.
Okay. For home-based childcare, one of the providers on that we spoke with, Evie, she brought up some really excellent points that for somebody who wants to start an in-home daycare, let's say they have a basement, they have to install an egress window. They have to install a kitchen. They might have to install plumbing. There's a lot that goes into, you have to install a separate entrance, right? There's all of these different requirements that are separate from somebody who converts their basement into a legal rental unit for, say, college students. And so that right there, one of the things that's hard to gauge is if the city were to provide some kind of a stipend or grant for somebody to do that, what is actually the demand? I think that's a little bit of a challenge to gauge, but I do think that if there was more financing available to support families that are interested in converting their space into an in-home daycare, I think that that's a really strong recommendation because it could just decrease some of the barriers there. Gavin, did you have others you want to share?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question about investment, because I think it would be a shame if we explored this issue and all we did about it was increase the information. I think that's a great step to take, but clearly the market is struggling. Because if you knew that you could fill a center with 15 children, like, in a month, why wouldn't you do that if it was a viable business? Yeah. And clearly the overhead costs and the low profit, it's tough for people. So as far as your question, Mr. Ranker, I think we could definitely explore that micro capital grants project, and that would help some of kind of home-based providers install some of the things that Christina was talking about. Maybe not everything, but it would be enough support where somebody could feel like they have a little bit of help and build some confidence in starting that kind of business. If you're talking about capacity alone, we did talk about the idea of a capacity improvement grant, where you take an existing center and you help them get more staff and utilize all the space that they can, so they can increase their coverage. But yes, I think it definitely is going to take investment at some level. It depends on what the resources for the city are. But I will say, when no one else is making this investment, it's not happening in D.C. right now. It's not happening with the county. It's not happening across the state. If you're able to even increase the amount of businesses here that can survive and care for children, we're going to be a real standout city in this entire metropolitan area. When people are looking to move, they're going to look to move to a place where they can have their children watched as they do important work around this whole area.
So if I could follow up too, I mean, I'd love to see 50 new home-based child care centers in the city that, you know, have some sort of subsidy, zero-interest loan, or however it looks like, and then they prioritize College Park residents. If we're going to, you know, put money towards it, I'd love to see then that our residents get priority, and so that we can help meet the demand here in the city for that. And then I'm also just kind of thinking about what you're saying. It seems like some sort of centralized coordination seems to be lacking in this. You know, so you're putting wait lists on 20 different places as opposed to putting it into one place that then is the one connecting with, you know, child care facilities. And I don't know if that's a public or a private or an NGO that can kind of provide some sort of, you know, I'm just thinking about that in terms of for the city, but also regionally, because as you mentioned, so many of our residents are getting child care outside. I wonder if it's a 4 cities kind of pilot program that we could look at to kind of really be that, especially for these home care places. You know, the person who's providing care then has to, once the kids go home, clean up, has to make phone calls to try to fill spots. Maybe that's something where people can pay into a wait list that the city holds, and we're the ones then helping kind of fill holes as they come up. You know, just brainstorming some possible.
Thank you.
So kind of like the Common App. Like the Common App, but for childcare. Yeah.
But within 4 cities. Yeah. Mr. Hill?
Thank you. So just kind of following up on that conversation there about home care facilities, approximately how many children can a home care facility, you know, bring in?
So it really depends on the size of the facility. It goes down to ratios. The state has ratios based on the number of children you can have per provider by age group. So for in-home providers, it's really tricky to say. For a center, for example, they have to have, I believe it's 6, they can have 6 infants per 2 adults, which is one of the reasons why infant care is both so expensive and so hard to come by. So for providers in-home centers, or in-home providers, they kind of make that choice of, well, I have 2 infants, and so I'm probably going to want 2 4-year-olds to balance them out because they're a bit more self-sufficient, right? It's really more about their capacity of how many children they can have. The in-home providers I've seen in College Park and in neighboring areas have never had more than 8 children. They might have capacity for more, but I mentioned about ratios. They usually have 2 people that they employ full-time. If one of those people calls out sick, you either have to shut down the center or say we can only take this many kids, for example. Sometimes they have backup, child care providers that they can call, but it's one of the downsides of in-home daycares is that they really don't have as much, they don't take 6 infants the way that centers do, and their numbers are more skewed. That's why the wait lists are tough, because they can't just say, well, I have space for 1 infant coming up, because it really depends and is kind of specific to them.
And I also want to thank this committee for this presentation. It really puts together everything, the bigger picture that we were missing, and understanding what some of these issues are. I had no idea about these non-refundable deposits just for wait lists. That's I have a hard time accepting that. But one of the things that I'm wondering here that's not quite in here, and with this current administration, I don't know where it's going to go, but this area is a very transient area, and a lot of people come here for work. And I'm wondering how many of the employers out there are the big employers for this region, that people are moving here and living in College Park to be employed by. are they providing any of this gap, any of this demand for childcare? Because they're trying to attract quality workers, and they look at things that what's attractive in this area to base here, that want their employees would want to be here, and what are the resources. But of course, to give time off for maternity leave and stuff like that. But now this person has a child, then they're kind of left hanging. Like where you're going to find daycare to come back to work after that maternity leave ends. So, given the number of large employers, we got one coming in. We got an opportunity to work with Microsoft to address some of these needs. And I was wondering if there are programs that they have that isn't part of this equation that we're looking at, or if there isn't, that's a problem that we could look into addressing with, say, the Council of Governments for the region and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, these are good ideas. Sorry, do you want to chime in?
So this is something that's been floated at the federal level quite a bit. It's complicated. We don't want to enter a situation where we have privatized childcare and tied it to employment the way we have with health insurance. Because just like if you lose your health insurance, you lose your job, you lose your health insurance, we don't want to run into a situation where you lose your job, you now lose your child care, which is it is happening for a lot of families right now because of other reasons. I do think it's a good step when businesses coming to a community like College Park are able to consider this and offer it. And similar, they reserve expert number of spots for, just like the Bright Horizons, they reserve a certain number of spots for members of the UMD community, right? Can Microsoft reserve a number of spots for Microsoft employees and the rest are for College Park residents? I'm more favorable towards that, but I do, just from a policy standpoint, child care advocates are really, really resistant toward the idea of employer-based child care for the same reasons that it has been an issue with health care.
Thank you. All right, so it looks like, thank you. These are all fantastic points, and I appreciate every comments from the council. Councilman Mackey, sorry, my apologies.
Okay. Yes. So this was a great report, very well written and very informative. And I was wondering if you thought of an idea of, with all the layoffs that we've had in the federal government, there's people that are out of work. So having a thing that maybe the city sponsored where it would say, would you like to do daycare in your house? Come to this meeting and learn how to do it, and have just like an informational kind of meeting so that people would know what it means to be an in-house daycare, or in-home daycare, in-house. Because there are rules and regulations, like you said, how many babies you can have, how many toddlers you can have. I think that, for me, encouraging people to be daycare centers. I actually, Evie's in my neighborhood, and I, walk past that center there, and I'm very thankful for her and for her doing that. And I think that more people might take up that mantle if we give them the tools that they need to do this. I know a couple where they have I guess a 1.5-year-old, and the mother never went back to work because they couldn't find daycare, and now the father lost his job. So, wouldn't that be something that possibly they could do? So, I think that it's kind of daunting. Like, how do you do this? And I know that my colleague here has a master's degree in early childhood education, but, people can do this when they're given the proper tools. So I think that would be something that I would like to see the city do. I love the idea of the, like the clearinghouse or the registry. I think that would be good, where people could go and see what's available. This was eye-opening to me because my youngest child's 24 years old, so this is a long time ago for me. But this is something that our citizens are having to navigate, and we have to. We're not. Part of one of our callings is we want to increase the quality of life of people. So I'm supportive of trying to move forward on some of your ideas. I think we probably need to talk about them some more, but I thank you for putting this together and really informing us. I do know some young couples that that have their kids in different situations, and like you said, I know of one in my neighborhood who uses Evie, and then another one that goes to Tacoma Park for daycare. So it would be really nice if people could have daycare close to where they live, and I think that that's something that we might consider, seeing how the city can undergird that.
Thank you.
Those are just ideas. Thank you.
Let's try to wrap it up because we still have quite a few action items. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to make the point that the city does already have an established program for business attraction and retention grants. So business attraction grants, I think this would, I could imagine this falling into it.
Yeah, certainly it may work along the same program. So it looks like this item, there's so many different cool ideas, and it looks like staff needs to look into some of the ideas. And some of the legislative items need to be explored more. So I suggest that this item be coming back to us for another work session, and then we go from there. What do you think? What does council think?
Mr. Mayor, I applaud that, but can I also ask if the Assistant City Manager check with the Child Care Resource Center as well as the Department of Licensing, specifically as it relates to family child care homes? Because if we're going to do the wait list and try to get it out on our website, we want to ensure that we are putting those who are licensed on that website, not unlicensed ones.
Sure, that's for sure. I think Mayor and Council, staff can look through the report and identify some of the priority items that the committee or the task force has recommended. And we can bring it back for discussion. And then I think the council will need to decide if you want to discharge the task force or request it to look into additional ideas or work. I do want to thank the task force members. We're really fortunate to have a lot of expertise in College Park, and I listed their names in the report, so I don't want to go through the list today, but 9 just super folks who were very interested in helping the city ease the burden of child care for families here.
Thank you.
Did a great job. We met about 8 times, pretty quick turnaround. You met Gavin and Christina, and others made super contributions as well.
And thank you, Mr. Gardner, for your help from the staff side. I'm sure that was very helpful and well received. Thank you. So please don't go away. Stay with us. We need your input until we accept your report formally, right? I think we're not accepting tonight, but it will be accepted maybe then in the next meeting. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I give you one more round of applause? Thank you. All right. Finally, now is the time for the public hearing. Sorry. On the big items, and so many from committee members have been waiting patiently from the Maryland National Park and Planning Commission.
Right.
Thank you for your patience. Appreciate that. I also want to recognize quite a few committee members who have joined online for this item, most likely.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Kabir and Council. My name is Sonia Ewing. I am Division Chief at the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Department of Parks and Recreation for the division It is named Park Planning and Environmental Stewardship. I am here today with my colleague Bob Patton. We would like to present to you our consultant report on Old Calvert Road Park Bridge connection at Northeast Branch Trail. This is a feasibility study that we looked into following a funding that we received through a state bond bill in FY25 to explore the feasibility of a bridge connection. Our team is happy to be here today. I also was just happy to hear your presentations and all the ways that we are partnering with the City of College Park, Old Calvert Hill Park. Glad to see that going forward. Our trolley trail. Good Neighbors Day. I know we have a lot of opportunities that we will continue to partner together. Our goal today is to share with you the findings of this study, hear your input, and then be able to take those recommendations back to the department as they impact our work program. Bob will share the highlights, and then we'll talk about next steps. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Bob, welcome.
Yes, my name is Bob Patton. I'm the Trail Development Program Manager. Been working with the Park Planning and Environmental Stewardship Division for about 8 years. So the city has been interested in having a bridge connection at Old Calvert Road Park that would connect the park activities like playground, the disc golf area, tennis courts, across the river to the Northeast Branch Trail, which runs north and south, runs around the edge of the airport. This line right here, I'm trying to put my mouse on, is the Northeast Branch Trail, and it runs under Campus Drive, and it continues south. You can take it all the way into the District of Columbia, and if you want to, you can go out to Percival, Virginia. It's part of our whole regional trail system. And so in looking at the potential to improve connectivity, one of the biggest concerns was that for people to utilize the sidewalks on Campus Drive, they really weren't very safe. They weren't very hospitable. And so there's been interest in having a separate bridge just for pedestrians and bike travel. So we hired a consultant and looked at the area of the stream and identified 4 possibilities that the consultant would look more deeply into. So site 1 was to make a bridge at the stream to cross by Old Calvert Road alignment. And Old Calvert Road is the road that runs through the park, provides access to the parking. And so we looked at that location. We also looked at a location that would cross near the airport runway, and that's location number 2. And then we looked at location number 3, which would be having a crossing on the south side of the Campus Drive bridge. And there were some potential advantages there that our consultant helped us understand. And when I move this, my mouse disappears. Then option number 4 was to do some things on the Campus Drive bridge to make that safer and more hospitable and a potentially long-term solution. So that's what our study focused on. And this shows some pictures of the area. Again, the yellow is the Northeast Branch Trail, and the red is the route that people take today to make the connection from the neighborhood over here through the park, or if they park in the park and want to go over to connect to the trail. So looking at location number 1, we found that was a place where a bridge could be created, and we could deal with the flood level issues, and it had a few pluses and minuses on the environmental front. But the main thing was that the location was good in terms of being able to cross the river and still not create a poor situation with the 100-year flood level. The connectivity on the other side to the trail might look something like this, the blue lines being the Northeast Branch Trail, and then to connect back out to the road if your destination was like the metro station or something down Campus Drive. So we evaluate the pros and cons of all of those 4 sites, and location 1, as I mentioned, it is a location we thought that would be constructible. The biggest challenge is that there would be environmental impacts, and as a new bridge being in the floodplain and potential for adding fill to the floodplain and needing compensatory flood storage, the biggest challenge with that location is the permitting process and the going through the design and all the approvals that you need to actually have a new bridge. The cost of that was about $2 million, but that cost does not include the cost of the design consultants and all of the floodplain studies and the submittals to all the various jurisdictions, and I'll show you some of that later. And then we summarized with some of the key attributes, advantages and disadvantages of the different locations in a table like this. And we have a table at the end that'll kind of give you the comparative picture of each situation. So location number 2 is the location that was by the airport. It's a little hard to see in this picture, but the runway of the airport is right over here. And so the path would go near the playground and then have a bridge across on the south side of the airport runway. And in looking at that, we ran into the situation of the protection for the flight path of the runway in terms of safety, and they have a vertical limitation. And so we were able to stay out of the direct alignment of the runway. But to put a bridge in this location, the bridge would have to be low enough to be acceptable for the airport regulations, but it would be so low that the 100-year flood level would be about this blue line through the bridge, this being the bottom of the bridge down here. We've had existing bridges that get flooded all the time. They create a maintenance problem. We've also had bridges catch major trees that came down in floods, and the whole bridge was destroyed by the flood process. We had to replace the bridge. So we were not really very excited about the idea of putting a bridge that was going to become so vulnerable in flooding. And as we all know, the flooding thing is not getting any easier. So so the other thing that we learned in the process is there's a lot of other projects going on. We have a proposal from the tennis center to expand, and they want to expand and take a maintenance area, and then are kind of encroaching toward the river with their stormwater management pond, so making everything tighter on the other side of the river from where the number 1 and number 2 bridge would cross. We also have the Army Corps of Engineers, which is doing stream restoration projects along Northeast Branch, Northwest Branch, and Paint Branch, and they have started that work on Northwest Branch, but they have plans to work on the Paint Branch and Northeast Branch, excuse me, and so their expected project area in the future would include this area where the bridges would be, and their main effort is work on the stream bed and work on the banks of the stream. So we don't really know for sure specifically what they would want to do here, so it just kind of complicates things if we would be trying to add in a new piece of infrastructure. So it doesn't make my job fun or any of our jobs at the Parks Department, but we are subject to just about every regulation and permit review that developers are subject to in the county. And so locations 1, 2, and 3, all 3 locations where if we add a new bridge are going to be subject to additional studies and a lot of reviews from a lot of different agencies. And our history, unfortunately, is that these take years to get through. You have to respond to all the comments, and you can't go through everybody's process all at one time. It's one at a time as you go through and get the approvals. So new bridges are not something that have been an easy thing to do now within the trail system. They were much easier in the past when a lot of the existing bridges were created. For that reason, we looked at the idea of location 4, where there is a road bridge, Campus Drive Bridge, and could that bridge be modified to provide a lot more space and a lot better space and safe space for people to cross over and make a connection down to the Northeast Branch Trail. So the pros and cons there are dramatically different because everything that we would be doing here would be considered a maintenance project. And we would have to work with the Department of Public Works and Transportation that owns the bridge, but we basically get exceptions to many, many, many of those reviews and permits because we're not going to have any effects on the natural environment. And we are not going to have any effects on the floodplain because we're using a bridge that's already there, and so on down the line. The thing that is attractive about this as well is that this road is way overbuilt. It has a lot of space on the road that could be repurposed for bike and pedestrian space, separate and protected from motor vehicle space to make it safe and usable for people. So we had our consultant look at the potential of how that space might be used. And we also, we feel there's so much space on the bridge as well as the whole roads leading up to the bridge on each side that the kind of space we could provide up there would be sidewalk space for pedestrians and separate space for bicyclists, and it would be protected, vertically protected space from the passing motor vehicles. We also recognize going into this study what many people who use this park and live in College Park and go back and forth know, and that is Old Calvert Road in this park is a cut-through traffic nightmare. The cars are going through there every day. They're going really fast. And we don't have, there's no sidewalks on this road. The road is DPW&T's road. It's not the park road. We've added parking to accommodate the park uses. And so we included in our study the kinds of things that could be done on that road to traffic calm that road and make that road safer. For the bridge to be really purposeful and make the full connection for people, especially in the College Park section of your city, which is on the other side of the stream, you need to have an ability to get through the park itself. And so we gave that a considerable thought. And so our option number 4 includes both making changes and improvements on Campus Drive so that bridge can be part of the whole movement, as well as making changes to Old Calvert Road. Our cost estimates for making those kinds of changes, as I said, they're all surface changes on the road, so the costs are considerably lower than pursuing a separate trail bridge, as well as being a lot less time and a lot easier for staff to manage the project. So this kind of gives a summary of comparing option 1, 3, and 4. we concluded that option 2 really wasn't even worth pursuing further. If we were to pursue investigating a bridge, we did feel that option 1 is the best location to have a separate bridge in the park to connect to the trail. So option number 2, which is near the airport, just didn't seem like something that was going to have any promise. So this study was kind of very much at that feasibility and preliminary level to determine, can we do a trail bridge anywhere in here? If so, where? And what are other options that we might pursue? And then how would we move forward from here to actually pursue a solution? And we presented this to the leadership in the Parks Department and also to our engineering team, which was involved in working with the consultants throughout. And Sonia will kind of describe kind of where we think that we can go with this proposal.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bob didn't spend a lot of time on the crossing on the opposite side of the street closer to Wells, because what we recommend is really kind of a belts and suspenders approach to this, and you may have seen some of the activities that we are engaging in so far. Understanding the timeline that it takes for the engineering study, permitting, and other steps to construct the bridge, with the location being determined most feasible, location 1. We've made the recommendation that be assigned to our capital planning team to begin that engineering investigation, but in the meantime, start doing work. So you'll see that our Facility Services Division, Natural and Historic Resources Division that operate at Lake Artemisia and maintain our system, and the casual conversations, I guess, or the staff level conversations that we've been able to have at DPW&T in support of the effort, we've stepped forward to just make improvements to Old Calvert Road. We look to continue that engagement and work to move forward to make improvements along Campus Drive Bridge as we continue to work through the long process that it would be to actually implement a bridge connection at location 1, which is the most feasible. As I said at the beginning, there's $2 million in our capital program for this effort. We are beginning to spend some of that down as we make these improvements today, and our intention is to make a recommendation for our outer years in funding for the additional funds necessary to complete that $2 million structure. We think it's important to focus on the trail usability, connectivity, and user experience today, and best steward the funds rather than having funding sitting there for probably 2 years at least to actually begin the construction of the trail bridge, understanding that the environmental approvals that are necessary are also ones that are not guaranteed. So with that, I will say, are there questions? Oh, and then also I'll say with Junior Tennis Championship Center and the University of Maryland and the other developments that are happening in the area, we are continually working with this discussion about compensatory floodplain storage, which will also impact that location, number 1, and the trail realignment there. And so we have upcoming meetings where we are coordinating the alignment of the facilities and looking to recommend the most efficient, shared, usable, and I've even added the word beautiful, stormwater management, compensatory floodplain storage facilities in this area. I think with the university, the JTCC, and others in the Discovery District looking to develop in this area, we do have an opportunity for partnerships to really do something with the improvements that are there that enhance the environment, not only just meet the regulations. So with that, we will take
Thank you.
questions.
Certainly. So thank you so much for taking up this project. I know the community has been requesting and asking, and thank you for listening to them, and thank you for making the investment. And this actually ties in with the project we have. This is the Complete Street project in the city of College Park, and we are investing more and more every year in expanding our trail network and bike networks, and also building new sidewalks. So we are really excited that you're investing in this project. I want to thank many community members from Yarrow community. They came and patiently waiting for this meeting. Unfortunately, tonight's meeting will be only council only. There will not be an opportunity for the community to engage in, but I really appreciate that you're tuning in, and many of them, I'm sure, they have joined online. So this project in District 3, first of all, and this project is close to one of the District 3 council members, Mr. Ray Rankers. So I'll leave up to you first. Take the questions, or rather, ask the questions.
Thanks. So this is a project I've been working on for 8 years in some way, shape, or form, and I'm pleased that we have now a study that helps move the ball on this. I was surprised by the reluctance of MNCPPC to really closely examine this in the past, but I am pleased that we're at the point where we're at. I was wondering whether you all had any substantial awareness of prior proposals from the county. I don't know that.
DPWT.
Thank you. To sort of do a road diet and remove the left-hand turn lane to Old Calvert Road. Is that something that you were already aware of?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got background on what the community and DPW&T had proposed before. It seemed that they were proposing limiting how people could move through Old Calvert Road Park. And we felt that we didn't need to prohibit anybody from going through the park in one direction or the other. The key thing is that people should be able to go in from either way, but need to go slow if they're going through or they leave in a different direction.
Yeah,
so our main interest was in speed calming and safety, but not limiting movement.
Thank you. I think that's a component of it, but also there was a strong community reaction to a proposed removal of a left-hand turn lane from eastbound Campus Drive to northbound Old Calvert.
We didn't want to remove that turn lane because that prohibits the movement. If you can't turn left in from Campus Drive, then you can't go through that way.
I can appreciate that, and I did note that. I think, part of the consideration in that discussion, and one of the things that DPW&T, if that's the right
DPW&T,
raised to us was that it is a very old bridge, and that it probably only has about 5 years of useful life left in it. And so I guess, as I think about this proposed solution, I think I was a little confused about whether the option 4 on here was characterized as a long-term solution, because I think long-term in this case means no longer than 5 years.
I didn't explain that. We did look into that deeply and read their report. So what we learned is that if we don't add weight to the bridge, we can make surface improvements that don't add weight to the bridge in the short term. But you're right. The long-term improvement would be they need to rehabilitate that entire bridge. And so our thinking was that if we can do something that it pretty much shows what the long-term solution would be, but isn't done with permanent concrete and things that add weight to the bridge, we can kind of show the outline of what they should do when they rehabilitate the whole bridge.
Thank you. And that actually brings me to the next question. I wasn't clear from the designs in the report, and it might be because it hasn't reached the design stage, but how exactly a bike user would really be able to use option 4 to be able to better access the park. Because the fundamental issue of the park from the community's perspective is essentially that it's landlocked. And it's never made a whole lot of sense to me or to anybody else that you have this park that is a block from housing that you can't get to except by driving and parking there. Like and you can see like a trail, and it's right there, but you can't get to that trail, and you can see a sidewalk, but you can't get to the sidewalk either. You have to drive into the park and park in the park. So could you help me understand the experience, if I were a cyclist, of accessing the park after construction of option 4 before a bridge is built? Because to me, the bridge is the obvious solution. It continues to be the obvious solution. But
well, you need more than just the bridge in the park, because you need to be able to get into the park from Edmonston Road
I agree, and we've done our part, right? Like we built a sidewalk right up to the edge of the park.
Right. So our traffic calming plan goes right up to where you built the sidewalk, and so it would be going through the road. Our proposal is to have the road have a very, very, very low speed limit. And originally we were hoping we could do it without sidewalks, but we've already installed sidewalks on 2 entries. And it's much better to have sidewalks, but again, DPW&T told us they wouldn't do sidewalks there because they didn't want to have to go through the permitting process. And we decided, we were asked from very high levels to do something to deal with the speeds of cars and the danger to people. So we did a maintenance project that happened to include sidewalks.
Thank you. I think I'm not articulating my question particularly well. Let's say I'm a cyclist and I am traveling eastbound on Campus Drive, and I live in the Yarrow community, and I want to travel through Old Calvert Community Park, or perhaps I just want to go to Calvert Community Park. What is my experience cycling from the College Park Metro Station to that park under option 4? Because I don't think even under option 4 there are dedicated bike lanes all the way to the metro station. That's definitely not included. Do I ride on the sidewalk, and then do I get into that dedicated bikeway just for that 1 block segment, and then what happens? Do I have to then cross the traffic lane to turn left into the park?
Well,
or do I use that kind of screwy and overgrown and poorly maintained corkscrew thing that dumps me in the middle of a soggy field?
I'd be happy to show you this whole thing maybe directly instead of taking everybody's time here.
Fair enough.
You're asking excellent questions.
But is it easy? That's the question.
No,
okay.
It's not easy unless you fix the whole way to the metro.
Yeah,
and if you come from anywhere further, you got to fix that as well.
Is it easy to get from the westbound span of the Campus Drive?
I'll show you what we would do from getting across the river and making all the trail connections.
Okay.
And there is no perfect way to do that because there is elevation differences that have to be dealt with in one form or another. But we have looked at it and proposed, at least for the near term, to get as close as possible to something dramatically better than today. But we're not excluding the idea that in the end, if we could get that bridge, that would be great too.
Understood. And I'll just leave with I'm sorry. I'll leave with this comment. And I think nobody does it. And the reason nobody does it is because it's only hypothetically possible. And not only is it only hypothetically possible, but it's very difficult to navigate. And so, almost anything would be an improvement over the status quo. So I appreciate, your commitment to making it better. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add to that, it is an interesting problem in that the solution of the bridge doesn't also get you to the metro safely. And any holistic solution is going to require a partnership between the Department of Parks and Recreation and Department of Public Works and Transportation. This is something that's been hard fought, but we've been working on. And evidence is that we went and made those improvements where they could not. And we'll all take credit. Our maintenance teams could go do it and make it happen. And this bridge that's there, we're looking to use most efficiently for now with the resources that we have available. And then I think ultimately when we look at Campus Drive and its end product, along with the improvements that we're making along Northeast Branch Trail. That trail is not as overgrown or as craggly as it was 2 years ago. We've really invested there, and we would definitely love to go out and ride with you. That's been something we've really been doing over this last 3-4 years, together with big teams of maintenance folks, with our focus on making the whole experience better. And I think we do have more partners at the table to help us do that.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Mr. Ranker.
I want to thank you. I've been a part of this. I've only been on the council for 7 months, but I've been a part of this as a resident of College Park Estates and College Park Estates Yarrow. Those are my communities, and so I think you heard us loud and clear last time option 4 was kind of proposed, that we would not be willing to give up that left turn lane into Old Calvert Road. As Councilmember Riggs said, it was just too dangerous with people coming. And so I thank you for hearing that. There was a little confusion because it wasn't marked off on, it wasn't striped in the presentation. So I'm glad to hear that that's a part of it. That being said, and we've really wanted the sidewalks in the park too, ever since we finished Edmonston. I really wish you guys would have consulted with us beforehand, because the way that they were put in makes it very dangerous to cross even from the end of the Edmonston Road sidewalk. You have to then cross Old Calvert Road to get on the sidewalk to come into the park, and that's right as people are coming off Kenilworth at 40 miles an hour, turning in, and they don't have time to really see and assess, folks that are coming. I think, and then having to cross again, it's.
So we can explain.
Please use the mic.
But I'll just say, just because I want to keep this on the bridge, that I would have. When the construction started, I went to our city engineers. I went to the city manager, assistant city manager. We had no idea it was coming. And then when we were told there wasn't a design for the part from Edmonston Road, that portion into the park, we couldn't even comment, or we were left. So now a lot of people in our community are really upset about, one, that piece of the sidewalk, and two, that the sidewalk is at grade with the road. It's not raised. It doesn't provide a lot of protection. When there's events in the park, they park all along the side of the road anyway, even though they're not supposed to, but that makes it even harder to access.
We're not done yet.
Okay. All right.
We're not done yet.
Good.
We understand all of those issues, but we also had constraints in what we were going to do without going through the permitting process and without going through a lengthy design process. So I can explain those things in the site, and we've also, in what we have done now, we've done things that in the end, if we do things a little differently and do more to provide more complete protection, that we can redo it. So we're trying to make an immediate benefit without preventing any further better and more permanently built improvements.
Yeah. So, well, I'm glad to hear that, and I just really want to be able to be keeping the city in the loop. I mean, it's our residents who have been, planning for this for a long time, and I want to make sure that they, have trust in government, that we're going to do it well and in a safe way.
I would like to do that with your residents, so let's do that.
Yes. Awesome. I love that.
I can tell you why we didn't already, because we really needed to move fast.
Okay. Great. Great.
You.
Well, I think that's great. I want to just share too. I think that there's two issues fundamentally that are being addressed here, and they're different issues. One is the complete Green Street. I think many of our residents. I mean, and in less than 48 hours, about 30 people in my neighborhoods got back to me when I asked, give me some feedback here. Most people are very interested in some complete Green Street on Campus Drive.
Right.
Many folks they want to be able to get to the metro. And so we just found out in conversations that the Department of Public Works Transportation, there is a project to do a complete Green Street, but we're wondering about the coordination. Where, is there coordination? Obviously, we're also not in on the discussion, but I think it's important that the city be in on the discussion, because folks really want to be able to get, especially from the Yarrow side, to the metro. So I want to say, first and foremost, that's something that most people are very interested in. And then the other is connecting the park to the trail system. That's a separate issue and something that we're really interested in. I have almost unanimously, there have heard from those residents that option 4 is not where we want to spend any of the money. We want all of the money to go to option 1 to make that happen. The complete Green Street piece and getting to the metro, I think we're very interested in. One, does it happen, how does that, the JTCC expansion, can we get that way to the metro? Does it involve a trail, south of behind Wells, that way? I think we really want to look at that, and that can solve that connectivity issues going east-west. But in all honesty, we don't want to spend any of this allocated money towards option 4. And let me share why. One is that we really want to see that coordination happening so that it's done in a complete way. Having bike lanes that appear and then disappear just really doesn't make a lot of sense for folks. And so we want to do it if that's going to happen, we want to be really coordinated about that with the county and, of course, with the city and on those conversations to make sure it's done well. The other piece is, as Councilmember Rigg asked, is, how do we get into the park nicely and how do we make sure, if you're coming from the trail that's running along the, past the airport and then coming in, you can go up to the sidewalk, but then how do you get from the sidewalk on a bike? Are you going down onto a bike lane? So you basically have to stop, hop off, look around, make sure nobody's on the sidewalk, put the bike down, make sure nobody's going to, it's clunky.
Yeah.
And we really, I think too often especially for bikers, we experience things like this, and if they're not coordinated well with other departments, that it just doesn't work well, and therefore it's not, it's not a good stewardship of the resources. The other piece is the bridge, of course, does have major issues that need to be dealt with. And so to dump, a significant portion of the money allocated for this into that when that needs to be addressed as a major issue doesn't seem like a good stewardship. The other reason is both on our state delegation, the county level, there has been a lot of support for a bridge like number 1. And so I think it's pretty unanimous also with the city too. I think the city has been pushing long and hard for an option like option 1 or 2. That's the direction that we're most interested in going at this point. I didn't hear anybody in the community that said option 3 was one that they wanted to consider. So I agree with your assessment that that's, not a part of it. I think the university does care a lot about Campus Drive, and they want to see the bridge fixed, and their number 1 issue is repaving that road, making it nice. We also want to make sure that disruption that happens at once. So we're not doing, again, piecemeal, and it's just always under construction. We've just gone through many years of Purple Line construction, especially the going west from Campus Drive. So again, if we want to do complete Green Street, do it at once. Let's get her done if that's the direction to go. So I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can I have a motion to extend?
Second.
Yes, we'll have 2 minutes with us. Okay, so do I get a second?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? Yeah, please continue.
I also wanted to bring a point of order for the people that were waiting. there is an opportunity, but you might be here till 1 a.m. that that is comments for the audience to make. It's like almost right at the end of the meeting, but I did want you to know that that was a possibility if you wanted to say something tonight. But I think your council members have represented well.
Thank you. Thank you. That's an excellent idea. So at the very end of the meeting. Do you want to respond to Councilmember Ranker's comment?
No, we definitely understand the interest and concerns. We do, with our staff recommendation at this point, want to take into account the correspondence and vote of the city, and really kind of look at the impacts on the funding, work program timing, and the capital team will be investigating the engineering, permitting, and the next steps. And so we today can't give you feedback directly on the timeline. Our interest, I think, is to continue to make the whole experience safer and improve. We do understand, that good steward of funding, and then just timing. So we will take that feedback back, share it with our leadership, and continue to dialogue with you. As Bob shared, I just also want to make you aware, the improvements that were made were really directed, and our team really wanted to be responsive to make sure that Old Calvert Road could function as safely as possible, and that pedestrian and bicycle movement through the park is what we could make it with the resources that we have available. And so you will continue to see that work as we move forward to be responsive to the directions that we received.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'll just say that I'm grateful for that. And I, like I said, it's something that we've wanted for a while. And so I'm glad to hear some of the backstory. And I just look forward to hearing more of that and just making sure that, because we face that all the time too. There's sometimes we make decisions or have programs and people just don't know about it. And then, it doesn't have the same kind of impact and public buy-in that we would hope it would. So, and I just say, we don't want to spend another month waiting. We want to get number one started, tomorrow. That would be the recommendation.
Well, we did that with this study.
Yeah.
So.
And I do want to provide some clarity on that. As we look at our overall budget and our work program, the decisions about where this moves into our capital program is a separate phase. The completion of this study is really the completion of the set of recommendations, the identification of the location, and the determination of how to allocate the funding that's available, and then identifying additional funding, which we anticipate will be needed. As Bob pointed out, the funding that's available and what was identified in this course of the study does not include the soft costs for the design and construction services and permitting. This is really kind of hard costs, and with some contingency built in. And so to implement one, there would be a need for additional funding, and our new director and our new chair would be, I would be really remiss if I didn't state that we're walking into kind of unprecedented funding times at M&C PPC in my tenure being there since 2005. And so additional funding and how we are prioritizing programs with requests and needs that have been identified, especially with older facilities and council priorities, really have us in a place where I can't speak clearly about the implementation of phase one.
So can I get a clarification on that? Are you saying that for the $2 million that's been allocated for this bridge, none of that can be used for the soft costs? So basically that will just sit there.
So as saying that it's not enough to actually design.
So we can get the process started with the soft costs right away, but knowing that there might be a $500,000 shortfall that we'll need to find the money for to finish it off.
And then I also just where this would land in our overall CIP work program is not something that I could speak clearly to today. So the completion of the feasibility and the decision on direction doesn't automatically equate that this jumps to the front of the line in that capital team's queue.
Thank you. So looks, and I really appreciate.
We wanted to start using the money we have available to move things forward and not preclude the potential bridge, but we wouldn't have been able to take $2 million and just build a bridge that quick. So we wanted.
Sure, but if we need 500,000 to finish it versus we need 1.5 million because we already spent $1 million, then we're in it's a bigger problem to have.
Yeah.
That's why we want the money to go towards the bridge, the new bridge.
Sure.
I just want to make sure my colleagues are understanding what Ms. Ewing is saying. That we have a new director of park and planning, and so we really have to work with what we are given right now because the dynamics have changed. So I just want that to be clear.
And I would say, larger than new director, new chair, this climate that we're in, what the council and this executive are facing with this county's budget is not only impacting just the county, is impacting MSC PPC. We always step up in multiple ways to support the operations of the county overall. And the priorities as they're being identified can and will continue to impact our capital and operating budgets.
So looks like you will be going with option one. Is that, am I correct? Am I hearing correct? Based
option
on
one, and and from the direction from this group.
from the okay, that's good to hear.
We anticipate receiving that decision in writing, from your
Thank
body.
You. Thank you.
And we will share that with our leadership team.
Thank you. And when you start the design work, there will be 30%, 60%, and 90% design. Will it be possible at one point you get the community involved, maybe having a community meeting with the design at some point?
Oh yeah.
Because the Yarrow community has a civic association, and some of the leadership is actually right in the room. They will appreciate that meeting.
Yes, no, and definitely we will provide community updates throughout the design process and opportunities for input in the design where it will impact the overall implementation of the facility.
Appreciate that. Okay. Mr. Ranker, anything further? Or Mr. Wegg? Looks like you are happy. That's what I want to hear. All right. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to the community, and appreciate the partnership. Let's go from there. All right. Thank you. And thank you all of you for patiently waiting and hearing. But we'll make sure that that committee meeting happens, and from our staff side, we'll work with you. And thank you, Mr. Ranker and Mr. Rake, for your leadership. It started many years ago. All right. Now we are done with all the presentations. So Mayor Pro Tem and I were discussing because we are already late, what does the council think about making some adjustment? For example, we could probably take out work session A to the next meeting, because I know Mr. Coker has been patiently waiting. I don't want to disappoint him, but on the other hand, Mr. Lucci has been waiting, so we're going to keep him. But maybe we can move B, work session 14B, right after the public hearing, before the action item. What does the council think? Okay. That's okay. So I need a motion.
Amend the agenda to move 14B to 12 after the public hearing, and remove 14A.
Microphone.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. To move the work session item 14B to after the public hearing, which is 250-10, and to remove 14A and have that rescheduled to the 21st of October.
Thank you. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? So the motion has been approved. Mr. Coker, maybe you can. Thank you so much. Sorry, we apologize. We should have made that judgment.
Just need to verify whether we have the consultants here, so.
Oh. Is it? Oh, sorry.
Jatinder, he's virtual, correct?
Yeah, he is virtual. Yes.
Okay, I think we'll be okay then.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being so flexible. Appreciate that. All right, so let's move to number 12, which is the public hearing and possible actions, 25010, an ordinance of the Mayor and Council of the City of College Park, Maryland, amending Chapter Article 62-17, Mayor and Council compensation to change the amount of compensation payable to the Mayor and Council. This will be taken by our Director of Human Resources, Teresa Webb-Pizzotti.
Good evening,
Thank you for
everyone.
waiting patiently.
This public hearing is being held to adopt Ordinance 25-0-10 to increase the compensation of the mayor, mayor pro tem, and council members' salaries. In 2023, the city established a compensation review committee composed of residents to evaluate and make recommendations to increase the salaries of the council. The committee reviewed data from several other municipalities in the neighboring areas and decided that College Park salaries are among the lowest in the region. The committee realized that the council roles has grown significantly in recent years. In addition to their vital roles of setting policies, adopting the annual budget, guiding development within the city, overseeing city services, and supporting community programs, they are also involved in policymaking, regional collaborations with National League of Cities, National Conference of Mayors, Maryland Municipal League, Prince George's County Municipal Association, Metropolitan Washington Council of Government, Four Cities Coalition, International Town Gown Association, and that's just to name a few. The committee asks that the mayor's salary increase from $15,000 to $25,000, the mayor pro tem's salary from $12,500 to $22,500, and council members from $10,000 to $20,000. This will have a fiscal impact of $90,000 per fiscal year, which equals to $385 increase per pay period. Making this change to salaries may help others in the community who are interested in becoming public servants. So we make a motion on behalf of the committee that to adopt Ordinance 25-0-10, which would increase the annual compensation of the mayor to $25,000, the mayor pro tem to $22,500, and the council members to $20,000 beginning January 1st, 2026. And I can take questions at this time.
Thank you. Any question? I discussed it at least twice, I believe. For our director, saying none, you're lucky. Thank you. So let's open up the floor for the public hearing. If anyone in the room wants to speak first on this item. If you have joined online, are you coming to speak? Please come forward. For the record, please state your name and if you're a resident of College Park. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am a resident of College Park in District 4.
And your name, please?
Courtney.
Courtney.
Yes, I just wanted to speak about pedestrian safety in District 4, specifically Crystal Springs.
Is it related to compensation, Mayor and Council?
Oh, we're talking about compensation
Right.
now.
This is
just kidding. I've been waiting to speak.
Oh,
so
thank you.
I'll just
So
wait.
we'll allow you to speak just at the end of the meeting.
For sure.
So yeah, you can speak on anything. Thank you.
You all need every penny. I just wanted to add that because this is really long. So I hope y'all
Mr.
get
Mayor,
it.
excuse me.
At the beginning.
Yeah. You wanted to speak about the issues that you're having in Crystal Springs, correct?
Yes, but then I just realized I got up too soon. That's all.
She went at the beginning.
So I'll just wait.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for your patience. We're very sorry. Just trying to follow the rule.
Yes, she should have been, you should have spoke at the beginning. I'm sorry, I didn't see you at the very beginning. You could come to the next meeting and, because it's going to be late. Okay, whatever, Courtney, thank you.
Yeah, our apologies. Sorry about that. Anyone else? If you have joined online, we can allow you to speak. Just raise your virtual hand. Seeing none. With that, let me declare that this public hearing has been held. Let's close the public hearing. Let's come back to the council. So now is the time we can take possible action. Any motion, right? I think then it'll be seconded. Then we can take comments from the council. Then go
Yes,
from
Mr.
there.
Mayor, I will go ahead and move the motion of 25-010, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of College Park, Maryland, amending chapter 62-17, mayor and council compensation to change the amount of compensation payable to the mayor and council. Was that it? Do I need to read everything else? For the mayor to be $25,000, the mayor pro tem for $22,500, and the council members for $20,000 to begin January 1st, 2026.
Second.
Second. Further comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so before we take the vote, we already have taken community's input. Anyone wants to speak on how they will vote before we take the vote? Mr. Hernandez, I see he has joined. I most likely I will not be able to vote, but I wasn't really expecting. First of all, I want to thank the committee for coming up and for their work, and they looks like they really love us and they really want us to have a good salary. So we appreciate that. It really came from very good heart. So thank you for your work, and thank you for the recommendation. I wasn't really expecting that this recommendation will be coming, because we had a raise just a couple of months ago, probably no, a year ago, right? And I wasn't 2 years ago. Yeah, I wasn't expecting another raise will be coming so soon. And the one that actually happened before, I believe in 2016, and I was on the council at that time, and I was in the minority. That year probably we raised our taxes, and it didn't feel right to me, so I voted against it at that time. It was a very small raise, but this is a lot more than that time, and I know there's all the good arguments on raising salaries, but there's a component in this job, and I believe all of my colleagues would agree that this is just not like another 9-to-5 job, and there's a component of the service as being the public servant, because we all try to work for the love of the community. So there's something not other 9-to-5 jobs will demand. So I'm not. I don't know. I will not be able to vote, but if I had a vote, I probably will not be voting exactly the amount that's been proposed. So I just want to throw it out. I know I'll be minority, but please forgive me. That's what I think. All right. I don't think. Any other comments? Mr. Hugh, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on some of the feedback I got was that, I think some of the residents felt uncomfortable about us voting for our own, compensation. And I just wanted to bring clarity to that. This council here voting on this tonight, or when we do vote on it, this will be for the next term coming in. And 3 of our council members won't be here for that. They will be voting on this. So we're not necessarily voting on it for us. We're voting it for the future. And when I first got appointed, I was shocked to see that, the raise we got 10 years ago, when I served in 2013, 2015 with Dr. Kabir and Mayor Pro Tem, it went up a slight bit to $7,000. And then I came back on 10 years later, there's been no cost of living adjustment. It was still at $7,000, and we just got a $3,000 bump. And like, wow, is that $3,000 over 10 years? That just seemed like something wasn't being addressed. Now, I wasn't expecting a 100% increase, but then knowing how the responsibilities of this council has evolved since then, and I've seen the challenges that we face now, and I think the rationale is there, especially once we compare to other cities. So I appreciate the feeling that we need to be properly compensated and to address that. So yeah, we will be voting on this for the next incoming term. So we're not voting just for ourselves today.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Reg.
Didn't get a chance to talk about this before because I was absent. I'll give my very, very brief summary, which is at $20,000 a year at 500 hours per year, which is a low estimate of what I would estimate that I do. It's $40 an hour. Currently, I get about $20 an hour. That's a low estimate. I think the average income of non-student residents in the city of College Park is probably somewhere around $40 an hour. So and that does not include any benefits. So I think this is actually pretty fair when you consider that. And also, if you consider, I think probably 10 hours a week is on the low estimate for 50 hours for 50 weeks. I think it's on the low estimate, most of us would say. So it's just we've gotten a lot of comments about this. And I tend to be a dollars and cents guy, so that's kind of how I would break it down roughly. I don't know if that helps our residents who may be listening come to terms with this, and who may be in opposition come to terms with this. But as a council member who will not benefit from this, I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Reg, for pointing to many comments we received, and they are in our red folders. Thus, thank you all who wrote to us. Appreciate that. Any other comments before I take the vote? Ms. Mackey.
I just wanted to make a comment. I think I speak for my colleagues, but none of us feel comfortable taking this vote. But there is a clear precedence that elected officials in various forms do vote on things like this. Each one of us is here because we love College Park and we love our residents. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Short and sweet. All right, saying none, I think it will be unanimous. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Sorry? Yeah, abstention. Okay. So the vote went as 7-0-1. Am I correct? Or 7-1-0? Mr. Hernandez, he left? Oh, he's not there? Okay. So 6-0-1, am I correct? Or 6-0-1, right, yeah. Thank you. Thank you all for, thank you all who wrote to us and your comments. Thank you. All right, so we are done with number 12, and now we are going into
Motion
14.
to suspend the rules.
Second.
Wait a minute, let me say why. I would like to allow the resident that's waiting here to speak, since she missed the opportunity to speak at the beginning of the evening. Thank you.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed and abstention? Please come forward. Thank you for patiently waiting.
Thank you. That was very nice of you.
Mic is on, yeah.
Thank you.
The light is on.
I just wanted to speak on the lack of pedestrian safety in Crystal Springs. I know you all are getting sidewalks in other neighborhoods. Just wondering what you all are planning on doing about Crystal Springs, because no one seems to pay attention to that neighborhood.
Thank you. Yeah, so we take the comment. We do not engage into back and forth discussion.
I would like sidewalks and calming measures. There's some kids that just recently moved into the neighborhood, and they have to run into the yard when a car speeds down the street. So just some things I've noticed living there since 2019. It's been an issue for a while, so hasn't been really anything done in that neighborhood. So
Thank you. Thank you for your
I
comment.
know I've talked to
And I will call
Kenneth
you.
about this.
We did just recently get some updated information from the university on some of their property to be able to do some of the improvements that we needed, and we did get their approval. So I'll follow up with you.
Okay, great.
And give you an update on.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you so much
That's it.
for
Thank
giving your
you.
input. Appreciate that. That's what we need, more comments for public safety and pedestrian safety. Thank you, Ms. Whitney, for allowing the residents to speak. So now we go to 14B work session. Mr. Lucci, please come forward. Thank you for waiting again patiently.
Should I get Mr. Gardner also?
No, where is he coming back? But you can get it started, probably.
I thought we were doing the action items.
Action items next? Yes.
No, we made the adjustment, yeah.
Okay. Oh, to move it up.
Yeah,
Okay,
move it up.
my bad.
Yeah.
I missed that part.
Mr. Lucci, please go ahead, I think.
Sure.
Get it started.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I think I could probably restrict my presentation to no less than 60 minutes.
We're going to stay up to midnight, so there's plenty of time.
I mean, this is really an opportunity for me to hear from you what you're interested in pursuing next year, and then I can turn that into bill drafts and find sponsors, and then get back with staff and all of you, and then present the agenda to our representatives. So I'm glad to hear your thoughts. There's some thoughts in the agenda item, but I'm glad to take notes on what interests each of you for us to pursue in Annapolis in 2026. I can say that last year there was a large structural deficit in the state budget, and the state took some pretty gutsy but fair moves to raise revenues and cut expenditures to balance the budget. So the Board of Revenue Estimates met 2 weeks ago to come up with with the projections for the next year's budget. And it looks like it's pretty close and it's pretty even because of the revenue measures that were taken earlier this year. But there's no projection of any kind of real surplus either. So it's going to be more of a status quo year, especially because it's an election year and there will not be a lot of interest, any more revenue measures. That being said, there's always, even in the worst, in the leanest of years, always a capital budget with projects for worthy local causes. And this municipality is very fortunate to have in the Senate and the House people in positions who could help that. So now's the time to think about where those capital budget items could be, including for agencies that are outside of the city itself. The city can still request funds, and I just happen to be thinking about this bridge. If there is a shortfall, we can make the request because it was the city that made the request for the $2 million, not the commission. And even though the money went to the commission, it was at the initiative of the city. So, I mean, that's an example of further requests that could be made by the city, even though the payee on the check is not the city, it's the commission. So those are kinds of things we can think about. I know traditionally the city has had a get-together with the legislative delegation as well as the council members and the university folks before the session, but now is really the time that we put that agenda together. And so I'm really here to get your input on what you think are worthy goals and take those into and digest them and put them into concrete proposals and then bring them back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So staff has put together a policy priorities in the cover page in the page 275 of our packet. There are 6 of them, and there is a capital project priorities, which is a Baltimore Avenue reconstruction, 193 to 495. Those are our existing ones that we have been talking internally, actually publicly. If there is anything else you want to talk or you want to talk about any of these existing priorities, please go ahead. Mr. Ranker.
One of the things that we've been looking at is to give municipalities enforcement, legal enforcement of, for instance, bike lane restrictions. So that's something that we've run into with Baltimore Avenue being a state road, and therefore the local law enforcement being unable to enforce things about no stopping in the bike lanes, for example.
That is number 3 in the staff priority. Yeah. Policy priority number 3.
Great.
Yeah, it's already included. Someone is reading your mind. Thank you. Anything else? So tonight, Mr. Lucci, thank you for your service, by the way. Thank you for supporting us and helping us. You probably heard about the Child Care Task Force report, and they're talking about some legislative opportunities in requiring more transparency in the waiting list and other things. There is still some questions, and probably we need to explore things if there's something already exists or if we need to do something new. Yes, Sydney?
We had an extensive presentation from the Restorative Justice Commission tonight, and one of the things that they mentioned was the desire to start a Lakeland land trust to provide funding to help Lakelanders return to their community who were displaced. So that is something that I would like us to be thinking about, how we could support that on a state level.
I think that's very feasible. I was actually glad to be able to sit and listen to that presentation and the one about the bridge. And I mean, it's all been fascinating, and it helps me advocating for you when I hear what the derivation was of these different proposals. So it was very helpful to me.
Ms. Mackey?
Yes, so we are all thrilled that Calvert Hills is finally getting some relief on their flooding. So one of the other problems that we have is Lakeland also has flooding, and different parts of College Park have flooding issues. So a lot of stream restoration projects have been kind of put on hold. So that would be good. And another concern I have is that, well, District 4, we have a lot of flooding issues too. So, and another concern I have is that with just what's going on in the federal government, and is a lot of people are very concerned about health care costs and just how they're going to manage health care. So I don't know how to articulate that, honestly. It's just maybe some way of helping people to, like COBRA is so expensive when people lose jobs, and even the Maryland healthcare system is expensive. So if there's some way we can help people with healthcare costs or something, yeah. I don't really know how to articulate it. One of my colleagues might be able to.
I did want to build on what Councilmember Mackey said about healthcare, and specifically, I have heard that perhaps Medicare Advantage plans in Maryland specifically are going to be canceled because the federal waiver that they've gotten for decades to help cover and I can't explain this, but basically the kind of one single payer system for hospitals for healthcare in Maryland is a unique system nationwide, and we need a waiver in order to make that happen. And we, I believe, did not get that federal waiver that we need to continue making that coverage affordable. And I mean, my mom is on a Medicare Advantage plan, and she just got word this morning that she should expect the cost of her plan to go up $300 to $500. So just something to think about if there's action that can be taken there to maintain those Medicare Advantage plans.
Yeah, the legislature this past session recreated the Health Insurance Protection Commission to respond to federal health care challenges and see how the state can backfill those. There was a similar commission 8 years ago when the president had his first term, and they passed several things to try and backfill things that were happening then, although the challenges seem greater now. My understanding is that the state's application for the waiver is still before CMS, but that the Maryland hospitals are asking for it not to be approved, so they each can have set their own rates rather than having their rates set by the Health Services Cost Review Commission as they are now, which makes Maryland unique in the nation. So it is a bit up in the air, and if that happened, even though every hospital in the state of Maryland is technically a nonprofit corporation, if they had that and got rid of the rate setting by the state, it could be chaotic in terms of health costs and hospital costs. So there's a lot of things in flux in the healthcare area. Before they had the Affordable Care Act, Maryland was one of the first states that had these subsidies so people can afford health insurance, and then the ACA was passed, and then they didn't have to have the state subsidies. But I think that's one of the things that the state health leaders are looking at is how do we backfill this should disaster strike in the federal level.
Thank you.
That's one of the things I'll keep an eye on.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Want to also see if it's a possibility, it's not on here, but looking at helping those homeowners from mortgage protection, getting with scams, people who are trying to take their houses, especially those who have loved ones who have deceased. And I don't know if there's something that we can articulate or make sure that that doesn't happen for those anybody coming to scams.
Right.
And then other item is for veterans in regards to ensuring that there's more money put in for the veterans tax credit that includes spouses, because many times when the veteran passed, the spouse is not able to obtain the tax credit for that. And overall, the seniors are asking for the state to do a senior tax credit, if possible. So.
Thank you. I have a question on the the noise camera pilot program, the legislation. Was it 1 year pilot or 2 years pilot? Can you remember that legislation?
I think it was a 2-year pilot.
Okay. Because we need to work on expanding it, probably.
Right. And as of October 1st, the potential fines for the speed cameras are going way up. They're different gradations based on how high the speed is. And so...
Certainly. Yeah, I saw other communities like Barn Heights, Greenbelt, they're pushing this, and in the social media probably have to do the same thing. Don't want to surprise our community members getting tickets. Mr. Ranker.
Oh, yeah, the Berwyn Heights camera.
Infamous.
I apologize that I haven't done this offline here, but one thing I'd love to see is, with our focus on the environment, that new constructions of a certain size of residences, that they have some kind of requirements about using native plants as opposed to planting whatever non-native things is often common. And then I wonder if, they always say if you don't ask, the answer is no. But if you ask, the answer might still be no. But I'd love to see some kind of state matching funds. Maybe it's, $1 for every 2 or something like that for especially municipalities or counties to invest in more clean energy for public buildings and essentially to long-term lower our energy costs that our taxpayers are paying to really help encourage cities to go green.
All right. Mr. Lucci is taking notes, seriously. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Hugh? Something is brewing in your head. Go ahead. Please unload them.
Well, maybe Kenny can help me with this a little bit better because I just learned about this either yesterday or today, last night, about the federal administration has cut the funding for our, the public safety, not public safety,
I think it's the UASI grant dollars is what you're referring to.
Right. That we pay in to COG, and now that grant is gone, and addressing that money. It's for the emergency preparedness. We have a sort of a center for the DMV, which monitors and facilitates emergency preparedness. For instance, the air collision with the helicopter, how they utilize the first responders to respond to that in an organized way, utilizing the DMV emergency responders network, and all that. So I believe we are all paying into this, but it was through a grant that just got dropped, and we're going to need monies to. You fill me in on the amount.
COG got notified, I want to say last week before last. We are going through an iteration now of the county executives to try and figure out if each municipality is willing to put up their share. Our share is about $65,000.
Right.
So that would that's what that grant was covering, and it was the current administration that basically just zeroed out a number of these programs. Obviously, we're less impacted than Fairfax and Arlington and Montgomery County, but Bladensburg's affected, Greenbelt's affected, other members of COG who have that. And it also has the Everbridge system, which is the notification that comes to most of us municipalities. There's a kind of select number of people, and so we see what's going on in the region and if in coordination. So we'll have to look at funding that for FY26 and then the years out from 26. So that's a new one for us, but even our finance department none of us really understood that was that grant dollars were actually already being just allocated based on our population to that project. But it is what it is. We didn't have to pay it all those years.
Okay. Is there anything, any legislation-wise that can be helped? This loss of
Yeah, I have
grant?
to learn more about that. But.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Hugh? Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Gardiner, for your help putting together and compiling all the different priority items and taking notes and putting together in one list.
Well, we'll take this input, work together, and come back to you with the
and hope to see you soon.
Great.
All the updates.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This isn't like a trap door down here, is it?
Yeah, so if you go down there, you can get to your house really fast. Right into your bed.
It's for lobbyists who talk too long.
No. I think that would be for all of us.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
We have one on the back, actually. All right. Let's go to number 15, I believe. Yes. Oh, no, action items are not done yet. So we have got 4 of them. The first one is Calvert Road, provide direction to the city manager and the city engineer on how to proceed at this time with Calvert Road, and this will be taken by city manager, Mr. Young.
Good evening. This has some short period of time. We've had a resident that's continually come and provided a presentation to council and argued for the city to go with the original direction that was given to us as staff back in 2020. And that direction, so with the metro coming in, we reduced the speed limit to 15 miles per hour from 25. And we removed some of the raised sidewalks that are in there, that were in there. And it's actually functioned quite well without them. The real issue for us is I just need direction on where does the council want me to go at this point. You know, and how I looked at this was the situation in Old Town has changed pretty dramatically, in my opinion, from 2020. We have a lot more micromobility going on in the area. We have a lot more pedestrians walking to the metro. And the other thing that I thought about was, you know, we really don't want more speed bumps. And I'll tell you, you know, I inquiring to our public works staff, and I said, well, you know, exactly how many do we have, right? So if you take out just the 3 square miles that doesn't include the university, it's just us, we have 52 miles of streets and 175 speed humps, and only like 2 or 3 of those ever met warrants. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. That's almost, I've never seen anything like that. And if you think about it, the university campus, I don't even know if they have a single speed bump on the entire campus. With that, I'll take direction from the board.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rigg.
So I think I can make this very simple from my perspective. It's working really well. The reason we made these changes were because they were running a lot of buses when Campus Drive was closed, and it was to decrease the amount of noise associated with bumping over the speed bumps, and also keep the buses at a lower idle, which reduced the amount of noise. But as Kenny pointed out, it works pretty well, and I think there's really only one person that I'm aware of who wants to return to the status quo. So with that, I move to direct the city manager and the city engineer to keep the existing speed limit on Calvert Road at 50 miles per hour and maintain the current sidewalk condition.
Second, Mr. Ranker.
Yeah, I'll second that and just comment that out of all the feedback I've received, I had heard nobody who said, if I'm recalling correctly, nobody said, let's put the bumps back. Some were concerned about, you know, if somebody nobody goes 15 miles an hour, but you know, they're going to be law enforcement pulling people over for 20. So there were a couple who were concerned about that and maybe thought about raising it, but still the majority liked the status quo.
Thank you. Mr. Rigg, any further comments? No. All right, so this is an action item. I need to go to the audience. We have a great audience, both in-house and online, probably. If you want to speak online, if you join online, please raise your virtual hand to allow to speak. Seeing none, let's come back to the council. Anyone wants to comment before I take the vote? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No abstention. So this item has been approved. Let's go to 25G99, and this will be again taken by Mr. Young. Please, you go ahead. I don't want to read it and take.
Sure. This is the approval of a contract of purchase for 8807 and 8811 Rhode Island Avenue in in the Lakeland neighborhood of College Park. Not the Lakeland, the Berwyn neighborhood of College Park. I'm still used to Lakeland. And this is for the total purchase price of $300,000 for both properties, plus our settlement cost. After, if the council approves this, we will still have a 2.394 remaining balance in the land acquisition fund.
$2.3 million?
Yes.
Oh, that's good money. So before I entertain a motion, someone asked me, and I'm sure the answer is yes. We did appraisals, right, before we started, right?
They're attached to the.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we did. We don't we try not to buy properties without conducting appraisals. As a matter of fact, we've had to pass on a number of properties, even particularly in Berwyn, where the property owner would not let us conduct an appraisal for the property.
Yeah.
But we have gotten
We know
direction
that. Yeah. Thank you.
on this particular one.
Thank you for the due diligence. Any other question on this property purchase? Seeing none, entertain a motion. Dr. Esters.
Yes, hold on one second. Oh,
I have the motion sheet.
yes. I move to approve the contract of purchase and authorize the city manager to proceed with the purchase of the property located at 8807 and 8811 Rhode Island Avenue, College Park, Maryland 20740, in the amount of $300,000 plus settlement costs.
Second.
Further comments? Dr. Esters.
I think this provides a great opportunity for this property to either be open space or be developed in the ways that we've been talking about. We've talked about housing being an issue. And again, these opportunities come up rarely. So where we have an opportunity to do this, I'm glad that we've taken the opportunity.
Thank you. And I shared with the community and all. We got quite a few positive comments. So thank you, staff, for working on it. Again, it's an action item, so let's go to the audience. If anyone wants to speak, if you join virtually, please raise your virtual hands. Seeing none, please come back to the council. Anyone wants to speak before take the vote? Mr. Hugh. Close to the permaculture garden, which is dear and near to you. I know that.
Yes, very near and dear to me, indeed. I think this is a great opportunity. I just wanted to comment that the Committee for a Better Environment for years has been encouraging the city to make this purchase for the benefit of open space and the environment and all that. So it has been a priority within our committees that are looking out for the environment for the city.
Thank you. And they sent a letter just a few weeks ago in support of it. If there is no comment, Councilmember?
I'll just quickly say that the BDCA has also been advocating for this for decades, as we heard earlier today during public comments.
Thank you. And there's a comment in the red folder as well. With that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? This item has been approved. Now we have on the same purchase, we have an ordinance introduction. Does the staff need to say anything? Probably not. Do you want to introduce it? Please go ahead and introduce. Then I'm going to take
Yes, I would like to, I move to introduce ordinance 25011, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of College Park authorizing the acquisition of certain real property located at 8807 and 8811 Rhode Island Avenue, College Park, Maryland 20740 for a public purpose and hold a public hearing on October 21st, 2025.
Second.
All right, so this is an introduction. We are not going to take the vote. Let's move to the last one, which is 25G 101. Again, Mr. Coker is going to take it up. Thank you for patiently waiting. Approval of an agreement with the Monarch Consulting to perform a comprehensive assessment. Please go ahead. Code enforcement.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item beforehand is 25-G-101. It's a request for approval of an agreement to perform an evaluation of the Code Enforcement Division. I just want to elaborate when I say Code Enforcement Division, it's a combination of two sections. One is the Code Enforcement itself that comprises of code enforcement officers. And it also includes licensing and permitting. That consists of mostly administrative staff, with one of the person is titled Senior Administrative Assistant that supervises the other administrative specialists in that group.
Quickly, I'm so sorry. If I could make a motion to suspend the rules since the meeting has extended past 11 p.m.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to abstention? Sorry, thank you for track. Please continue.
Thank you. Just to give you a feedback, background on this particular things, feedback from internal and external customers, along with difficulty in retaining qualified staff, has highlighted deficiencies in efficiency, productivity, alignment with mayor and council expectations as relayed by the city manager. While Public Services Department has made many improvements in the last year and a half, we feel that it is important to have an external consultant evaluate our structure, processes, systems to best meet the needs of the city presently as well as in the future. Department of Public Services staff is therefore seeking an authorization to have an outside consultant conduct an assessment of the Code Enforcement Division, which includes administrative specialists, code enforcement officers within Department of Public Services. DPS Director, Code Enforcement Manager, and Code Enforcement Supervisors have identified several areas that might be improved and enhanced by such an evaluation. The expected outcomes of this assessment will help identify specific training requirements, highlight educational needs related to code enforcement, and establish motivators to enhance and apply staff members' professional credentials. The key areas would include staff retention. Turnover in both administrative and field staff over the past 18 months have impacted the division's ability to effectively manage workloads related to permit processing and issuance, inspections prior to permit issuance, and consistent patrolling of the city to identify potential code violations. Such an evaluation would aid in development of recruitment and retention strategies. Performance and work ethic. To develop requirements for administrative and field staff through accountability, productivity, performance standards, up to tracking systems to ensure consistent performance by each of the staff member. Develop a uniform policy to be shared with the staff, customers, and potential staff equally. System integration, enhanced integration of multiple internal and external systems that we utilize. Internal being Excella software system for permitting, GoGov and Tyler system for the financial aspects, as well as the externals are SDAT and DeepHigh, system that exist and we have to often coordinate. Responses to the customer requests and issuance of permits, licenses, notices of violation, and municipal infractions and citation. This would also help improve data management, reporting, and permit tracking capabilities. Staff believes that this is an appropriate time to perform an evaluation as a long-serving administrative staff member recently retired, and we were not able to retain one full-time and one part-time code enforcement officer, which were recently hired at the start of this calendar year. So at this time, I believe I also have the consultant online who has submitted the proposal. The proposal is in the package. Could we provide access to Monarch Consulting?
I have access, Jatinder.
Thank you.
Welcome, CC.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very happy to be here and help answer any questions. As Jatinder mentioned, the proposed work that is detailed in the scope of work details out a 5-phase program that allows me to come in and conduct an assessment of the code enforcement unit to include internal processes as well as software programs that are being used, and be able to identify any areas that need certain training to create a more robust program. I understand that one of the biggest concerns is staff retention, and so we will have an autofocus on how we can provide the training so that staff feel comfortable and confident in conducting their work tasks at the code compliance side, as well as that they have the training and tools and techniques that they need to successfully conduct these tasks. In addition to that, we are going to be assessing to be able to generate a standard operating procedural manual so that staff currently there have a document by which they can guide themselves, as well as in the future of College Park, you'll have an onboarding document by which new staff can be successfully onboarded, not just with the standard operation procedural manual, but also with training that would assist them in understanding their role as code enforcement and inspection staff for the city of College Park.
Thank you. Any question for Monarch? Thank you for coming forward and helping us.
Absolutely. It's my
Mr.
great
Hill.
pleasure.
Yes, I'm looking over your proposal here in your different phases, and one of the things I'm wondering, maybe this is something we can work out with staff before this, or if this is something that where we could voice our opinion of what we would expect out of code enforcement, because often, especially this time of year when we're campaigning, we hear a lot from residents about the complaints of lack of code enforcement in their neighborhood. They're saying things, well, why is this addressed? Why is this going on for so long? And so they're putting expectations on us to improve on code enforcement response to what they see in the community, and not just wait for a complaint to come in. So I'm just wondering if there's an ability for us to work on this process to make sure that our expectations are reasonable or not, that we can relay to our residents how and why code enforcement is enforced in the way it is. Because I get the feeling from some residents that they want more proactive, and there are some that don't want to be overjudged or over enforced and all that. So finding that balance and having a better understanding, because we're going to be the face of complaints if they don't go directly to code enforcement. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. I'm sure it will be helping indirectly, if not directly, even though the scope is a little different.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Mackey?
I thought I saw in the packet that was going to be happening, and also that residents were going to be able to, or maybe I misread it, but
That's what I wrote.
it's like we're going to be able to input, and residents are going to be, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I had read that right thing.
On the resident engagement, yeah. Mr. Ranker?
Yeah, just real quick, I see $30,000, 3 to 4 months, offset by cost savings from the vacant positions. During those 3 to 4 months, does that mean we aren't advertising and hiring, or there's no plan to hire, or this is already money that we've saved from not having staff?
So I don't have the exact figure right now, but I think our goal was not to put extra burden on our budget. And we have recently done some, like interviews and process, and we have not found out the minimum level of skill set and the competency that we are looking for. And some of those things I will probably share with the council here. I think we do not get the best qualified candidates for those specific roles that exist in our job description at this point of time. And I have also seen, the skill set that we really need is the qualified, experienced background, as well as the credentials that they need to bring to the table. And of course, they are not going to have all of those credentials, and we give them like 6 months to a year's time period to get them. But I think some of the recent experiences that we have had, some people have, retired or left the job also. And the thing is, I think it also goes back to some of the soft skills. We are making our questionnaires with HR a little better. We are putting some more testing, process when we do, and we are having 2-3 stages of, hiring process. we do the original screening, and then we have criteria, and we get the staff involved, and then with some senior level staff does the second level, and then after that, references are checked and things are verified, whatever is credential-wise, given. And a few other things that I think, that's my humble opinion. I think whenever I have recruited people over my career, I'm looking for people who are self-inspired and self-motivated. And I have seen that element kind of missing, and I think it's very hard to find when you're bringing people in. I think I will be willing to work with a person who is above average, doesn't have to be a genius academically, but they are inspired and they have a positive attitude. And every morning when they wake up, they are ready to conquer the world. And they're fully motivated and go forward with a positive attitude. And those are some of the criteria that we are looking from the people. And I would also mention, some of the things that I have seen missing is this is in no way criticism of my existing staff. I want to put the disclaimer in the beginning. But I do want to say that, there's a difference between doing the job for, getting the paycheck versus treating this as a career that they're going to make with City of College Park. And I think we are trying to make our process as objective as possible to make sure that we are taking in the correct combination of that applicant, skill set.
Thank you. I like the passion you have, and that's what we need. Thank you, Mr. Ranker. Okay, good. We're happy. I entertain a motion right now.
No,
you have a question?
Yes.
Good. Please go ahead.
Ms. Muella, may I ask you if you'd be able to share with us where you've done similar types of consulting in this manner in the surrounding jurisdictions, by chance?
Yes, and actually, not directly in the surrounding jurisdictions, but I have actually worked with the International Code Council, providing training at a national and international level for new up-and-coming code enforcement officers, as well as I have built comprehensive code enforcement programs in Northern California, specifically around programs that were originally just based on blight and nuisance, but they wanted to go into a full approach of conducting building safety portions of code enforcement, and then developing, obviously, from the ground up their SOPs. So I have had, in Northern California, an opportunity to be able to train and develop programs there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question. Any other questions? If there isn't any, I'll entertain a motion. It's an action item. Mr. Rigg.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I move to approve an agreement with Monarch Consulting to perform a comprehensive assessment of the Code Enforcement Division of the Public Services Department, subject to the approval of the City Attorney.
Second.
Further comments, Mr. Rigg?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the audience. Anyone online, if you want to speak, please raise your virtual hands. Seeing none, come back. Any comment before the vote? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstention? Motion has been approved. Congratulations, Ms. Muella. And thank you, Mr. Coker, for your work and patiently waiting. We still love your passion.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right, we are done with all the action items and done with the work sessions. And the very last one is a request for a status of the future agenda items. I think Mr. Ranker, you posted one on the internship, right? Can you please?
Yep, that's correct. In conversations with our student liaisons.
Sorry, Mr.
I wanted to clarify, did we reschedule, are we rescheduling the ITDS?
Yeah, that was voted, and sorry. Yeah, it was, is the 21st is okay? It will be tight.
We'll bring it back on the 21st. We might have to move some stuff off the 21st.
Okay,
but,
thank you. Sorry for giving you additional work. Mr. Ranger, sorry to interrupt. Please go ahead.
Yep. No, quickly, the student liaisons shared just so many undergraduates, especially with what's going on federally, are just having impossible time getting internships in public policy, for instance, and there's a strong desire to have some more of those opportunities. They suggested, especially with elected officials, so the proposal was to have the up to 9 interns each semester for the next year at $1,000 stipend each. This was in discussion, and then we heard from the HR department that there's also a possibility already, without any action, to have at least a few.
Yeah.
So that proposal would provide for both semesters, allow for some advanced planning and clarity on kind of a fixed fee stipend per semester.
Yeah, that policy was adopted many years ago, and probably it's time to kind of revise it, or rather review it. Maybe you can have a work session about our internship program. What do you think? Mr. Young, what do you think?
We could probably do that. It'd probably be maybe a first of the year item if we could.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, then if we wait till the first of the year, probably we'd want to, it'd probably be too late for a spring semester then, so we'd be looking at fall semester.
Yeah, we have been accommodating a lot more internships within the city in general. Anybody that's been looking for an opportunity, we've tried to pair them up with whatever department kind of aligns most appropriately for what they're looking for. And if we don't have anything, we often refer them to other municipalities who might also have that. So we are trying to work with them. It's unfortunate that they don't have anywhere to go at this time, but if we can help, we will, and we'll just continue to do that. What we have also done within our budgets, our existing budgets, for instance, in communications, we needed assistance with our videography. And so we actually utilized some of our consulting dollars and hired an intern, and actually they've been on board for the last couple weeks helping us kind of catch up with that, and it's a really good experience. So, and I think Economic Development has a few dollars for some interns. I think they'll be working with us on College Park Day and a few other events. So we're utilizing our existing budgets to kind of help with that particular effort.
Well, I just want to say that I appreciate that, because not only sometimes are there costs involved. I mean, a lot of the federal internships are actually unpaid, and so it costs the students to get on the metro and do all that. But if we offer some sort of compensation, obviously that's a cost to the city, but it's also time, because we know we're investing in young folks, and often when you do that, you go in without the expectation that you're going to get. You do it because it's important for young people, and so I'm thankful to the city for doing that.
Okay, thank you. Remember this subcommittee that was formed 10 years ago, probably when he first started the internship program, council internship program. That committee had members that don't exist anymore, actually. You and I probably are there only. So I'd like to, not tonight, but I'd like to have Mr. Young, your direction, and probably talking to Teresa.
Well, we'll take a comprehensive look at that, and then try and find a date that works. If we can get it before the end of the year, we'll bring it back. But I'm just looking at the schedule. I just don't.
Okay.
I don't see it, but
yeah, let's have a discussion, because I don't want to turn this into a work session. This is only approving the agenda. Yeah. Already discussed a lot. All in favor? Sorry, is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? So this has been added to the master list. I haven't seen any other request. All right, let's move to the comments from audience. I don't think we have any. I'll come back for mayor and council comment, starting with Mr. Rigg.
Yeah, I'll be brief, and somebody typically make some comments. So we saw a couple of presentations tonight, one from the Restorative Justice Committee and the other from the Child Care Commission. that were interesting and busy, and they had a lot of different proposals in them. I meant what I said when I said that it could take a lot of time and resources to accomplish that. And I think, one thing that I would urge the next council to really consider is taking a step back, perhaps through an advance or something like that, to figure out what it is that the city needs to focus on. What is it that is strategic? What is it that's worth committing resources to? And what is it what trade-offs is the council willing to accept in exchange for taking on new resources? Because, we heard two very large bodies of work just tonight that would require substantial resources if we wanted to move forward on them, with any speed and in a meaningful way. And they're not things that we're doing currently. They're pretty far outside of what has been the City of College Park's sort of historical bailiwick, which isn't to say that we shouldn't do them. That's a question for the next council. But I really think this sort of thing is exactly what should inform both our new strategic plan, or your new strategic plan, but also your council advance in this coming year. Because what I think this council is in danger of doing, and with new members coming on, I think it's even more in danger of doing, is just sprawling into a lot of different areas and making everything a priority. And the expression, when everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So it's just some food for thought, and I'm just going to keep dropping these pearls of
advice,
of mansplaining wisdom between now and the end of my term. But I really would urge you guys to think about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Look forward to getting those pearls. Thank you. And I'm sure the advance is coming early next year probably, and we could probably see those items in the flip charts and prioritize ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Ranker.
Well, Mr. Rigg, as long as your bits of wisdom don't involve gloating about Maryland getting beat, I'll pass.
Indeed.
So that.
I'll be
Ms. Mackey.
brief. I went to the Chesapeake Bay Policy Committee, their big meeting, and I'm just going to encourage my colleagues to look at the website if you'd want to. But one nugget that is a pretty sad nugget is that the price of water is going to be going up. So we really need to be mindful of that and maybe consider training people on mindful water use.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to share with my colleagues that last week I attended the press conference with COG and with the federal agencies in regards to COG launching the AI launch for federal workers to get jobs. And it's a resource software that hopefully the city can be able to tap into. I know Michael Williams has already reached out to the CEO, Clark Mercer of COG, to see if we can tap into that. And I think that would be something that would be amenable for us to post on our website.
Thank you. So there will be 3, I believe, candidate forums coming up before the election. The one is in the campus, one in District 3, I believe next Tuesday night, and one in District 2 as well. So just look for the announcements. Those announcements are coming. And next Monday, I will most likely be attending MML to receive this sustainability award on behalf of the city. So I'm excited. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance. Ms. Whitney.
Sure, 2 things. One, the University of Maryland also has a program for AI training and certification that is open to anyone to take. Yes, it's like 7 different courses. It's self-paced. It's all online, and it's free, open to anyone. The other thing is I would like to suggest that we might change our practice and move public hearings before presentations, because I think the public hearing should be our priority to give the public the opportunity to speak their mind about things we're discussing. And we should put that in the forefront of our meetings. Thank you.
I agree, and I saw at least one resident who was leaving. Maybe there are more who probably, I know he came to speak. Thank you. Dr. Esther Brown?
Dr. Brown Esther.
Brown Esther, sorry.
Yes. So I just wanted to, I know that my colleague mentioned this, the resident guide, the newest one earlier. I want to say how wonderful I thought this guide was. I read through the guide, and what really was striking to me is that it really reflected who we are as a community. It was diverse. I saw all different types of faces and people and things, and I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please forward this to the communication and Mr. Gardiner and Mr. Young for your work. Mr. Hill.
Thank you. So tomorrow I'll be attending the Institutional Biosafety Committee meeting for the University of Maryland, which I'm a committee member. On this committee, I play a role that I'm a non-affiliate member of, so meaning that I don't work for the university. I'm not an affiliate of the university, and I play a role of transparency for them. And I help ensure that proper safety protocols are in place to protect the community from outbreaks and to focus on risks associated with waste disposal and when researchers have an incident and they need to go get treatment, that they're doing it in a safe way that minimizes exposure so that also that the receiving entities are aware of the risks that this individual is coming to them for treatment. So this is just sort of things that some of us council members are doing that aren't mentioned. And so tonight I'll need to be reviewing a number of protocols for safety and meeting with my colleagues on campus to discuss these things. So that's one of the things I'll be doing tomorrow. And then within the next week or two, I'm working on learning more about the Prince George's County's police. They have a new program, relatively new program. It's a real-time crime center. And they do camera monitoring, and they work on understanding when a crime happens. They can inform their officers of the conditions they're going into, and they can also kind of help track when you have criminals fleeing D.C. into Prince George's County and seeing where they're going. It's a relatively new program. And there are potentials for our businesses to have cameras linked into this. So I'm going to work with staff and Prince George's County Police, and hopefully with an intern from the University of Maryland who's studying criminology to be on the ground floor of our venture into this and improving public safety and opportunities for businesses to engage in this system. So it's a lot of learning about what this new crime center, real-time crime center, is all about and how it can work best for our city.
Thank you. Please. Thank you. Thank you for
One
last one. Okay, very last
one. So on Good Neighbor Day, we have 21 projects, and so far, well, we will need a minimum of 775 volunteers. Wow. And we currently have 600 registered volunteers, which leaves us for another 175 volunteers that we still need. And it is a great opportunity. There's a number of projects that are left open right now. Some of them are full. But this is such a great opportunity for our residents to engage with the students and be part of improving our community. And a lot of these things these projects are put forward by people in the community, by stakeholders, and others who want to see opportunities for the university to come together and work with our residents to improve our community. So please take a look at the Center for Community Engagement Good Neighbor Day and see what projects are open that speak to you, and please sign up and join and work with us to do this. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed and abstention? We are adjourned. Good night, College Park. Thank you.